We'll give people a second before we open it. StamPZ, hello, hey Error, hey Kebab, hey J-Gibbs, hey Zeth, hey Ghost Valve. Let's teach the simulator about happy flower real quick. It shouldn't take long. And then we can open this chest. This is very similar to Incense Burner. If counter equals 3, right? Yeah. Wow, this was tremendously easy. I think energy caps at 999. Whoops, min. Stan, thanks for the 17 months. Cotillion Paran, thanks for the 44 months. Come over 4 years. Appreciate it. Hey Sean, hey Crowstung. The rare pick was fission. I guess I could also teach it about fishing. Sure. I hate this microphone arm. I need to get a different microphone arm. It's like an inch too low to my desk. The problem is that my microphone's very heavy and it like pushes it down if I try to angle it up anymore. But I don't want one that's super high either. These are the problems with being a streamer. Cards. Is rare doesn't exist? Weird. Your mic is too heavy as well, so you added a counterweight to the other end of your mic stand. Oh. That might work. Hey, Byron Anderson. Keep thinking about how to have rules that are both cyclically defined so that the rules can be defined generically, but also to only make more specific rules visible at any time. My Bomba ran overnight, and when I woke up in the morning, it still had 5 puzzles that it hadn't finished creating rules for. Hey, Mikishu. Vespian Gas, thanks for the 2 months. Appreciate it. Hey, Frozen and Grimjow. Hey, Hint. So salty salt. Hello. guess card should import battle. Oh, good grief, this is a large class. It already does. Why doesn't Fission have it then? Strange. Yeah, unexpected pineapple. Did I already say that? Probably. I'm like in an attention loop. Now I'll go back here, write one thing, and then I'll look back at chat and say hi to you a third time. How do I evoke an orb? Take a look at this. He fork monkey thinks the 19 months. He rots the shell. Okay, now. I took a fission, so I'm teaching the simulator what fission is, although the simulator's not going to understand whether to play fission or not, which is going to be weird. I don't really know how to do that. We'll come up with something, I guess. Then I'm going to open the boss relic chest. I was going to wait until more people came in before I opened the boss relic chest. It seems like the most exciting part of this segment of the stream. Hey, it's History Chicken. Channel orb. Evoke orb output. Orb to evoke. Ah. Okay. So we say evoke orb output and then move orbs forward. Put in battle. Okay, and then I see. Whoops. It only evokes if it's upgraded. Which it isn't yet. I don't think. Okay, how do we define the, like, strength of this card? You listen to this stream for the music? Hey, me too. How's it going, Fampy? Hey, Wellman. I'm doing well, Fampy. You did love the fake death monologue a few days ago? That part was good too. Probably the other redeeming part of the stream. Nah, my stream is sweet. What card changes the most drastically with an upgrade? Fission is up there. Fission is significantly different. Something like True Grit is somewhat different with an upgrade. Something like Foreign Influence, where all of the attacks generated cost 0. None of them are that big a deal to code an upgrade for, though. Hey, not. Orbs removed. Is that better? Darkness upgrade's interesting. Somewhat. I don't remember what these things are called. Tested damage. Get tested. Test card damage. That's what I meant to do, yeah? Oops, over here. Test card damage. It tests this thing, but then it also does this. So this works for... Okay. So if this is upgraded, or orb over battle.player. Or what is it called? How are my orbs remembered? Is it just in the battle? Might just be in the battle. It's probably not public, so I can't see it. Orb slots. We're gonna go orb get damage, and then I'm going to add that to orbs. We're gonna call it get evoke damage actually. And if this type equals lightning? Is that how you do it? I think so. Return battle.player.get buff map.get number by name focus plus 8. It's a dark orb, return dark damage. And otherwise you return 0. Silly name, thanks for 21 months, I appreciate it. I also want to be able to get passive damage though. Hey, D-Rouge. This is going okay. I really enjoy this shit. Maybe I should become a coder. Get evoke damage minus orb dot get end of turn damage. Damage equals plus equals returned damage. Wait, no. This dot tested damage equals damage. It doesn't change it into an int, right? We'll just do this. I'm confused by doubles and ints. This is something that I learned a long time ago. We're just going to call it an int and we're going to cast it to double in here, I think. Although I don't think you have to cast an int to a double. I think it just does it automatically. Yeah. Feels like it. It might be a bad time to be a coder as a career. Could be my second career when I become too old to be a streamer. Can Twitch streamers get laid off because regular coders certainly have been recently? I'm really excited at this idea of a counterweight now. I'd never thought about that before. I need like a big stick, and then I put something on the end of the stick. It's such a clever idea. Why did I never consider this before? I could also just put something underneath it, I guess. All right, let's do it like that. That's how most problems of mankind were solved, with a big stick. If it works, it works. It is hard to argue with results. Oh god, the microphone's so high now. And also the arm is so high. I can fit my arm underneath it. I love this. All right. Get evoke block. Get end of turn block. Then we'll have tested scaling, and then we'll have tested card draw, and then we'll have to evaluate it based on, god, this is a mess. And then it also generates energy. It's the first card I've ever had that generates energy. What did we just say to do? We'll do the card draw, but we don't do the energy gain yet. It's fine. Chat suggesting that instead of maturing like wine, JORBS becomes incapable of streaming when he gets older. You're shocked and confused at chat once again. Hey Thamadone. London, thanks for the 58 months. Happy Black History Month. Oh my god, it's February. It can't be February. It was January. Just yesterday. What happened? What happened? Why is test card block specific never called? Oh. This tested block equals math min of block and incoming damage. Alright. And then this is going to be a weird one. This is a bit of a guesstimate. It's all a guesstimate, but this is more of a guesstimate than the others. You heard a songbird on February 1st. Uh-oh. If JORBS discovers calendars? God, no. I've often said that evoking orbs is the least important part of Fission, whereas it's the only part of the program that the program knows about right now. Yeah, look. How do we get the number of orbs? Or orb over. Is that in my fucking battle? I thought it was just called orbs. Orb slots. If orb dot toString, if not orb toString equals empty. Don't I also have like the empty orb or something? Or the locked orb? Yeah. We're going to use the letter X to represent that one in the hopes that we won't be sued by Elon. I don't know. Do you think we're allowed to use X in coding? I hope so. If it doesn't equal E and it doesn't equal X, okay. So our scaling is going to be tested scaling equals tested scaling minus battle.player.get number of orbs channeled times battle.player.get focus +3 or something. But then it's also going to give us scaling. Because the card draw has value. Maybe we just work that out in the card draw. Also, why is that never used? Oh. Song name thing on screen. Surprised it's not there. Where'd it go? Should be there. Weird. I don't know what one. Let's go public and get cards drawn. Return this dot cards drawn. There's a problem with this. And then in fission, we want a different method. Public and get cards drawn. Battle. Return battle.player.get number of orbs channel. But that means that we have to go back to card. And this method has to give it the battle? Maybe? I don't know. It's fine. Alright, I coded fission. Let's go open a chest. I'm just going to choose to believe that that works. Seven transforms. That'll make the coding fun. There's no universe where this isn't Pandora's box, I don't think. How long could I spend to prove that? Several years, probably? It would probably take several years to convincingly show that that had to be true. Because these are very distinct relics, right? They do very, very, very different things from each other. When things are kind of comparable, like comparing ball lightning to strike, you can show that ball lightning is better very easily. At least in a way that is compelling enough. But comparing these three things to each other, like, good fucking luck. It's just not happening. You're just not going to convincingly prove that one of these is better than the other ones, like, ever. So that's a bit weird. Does anybody have questions about Pandora's box that I could answer? We can look at every defect card. We can look at every relic for Black Star. Neither of these things seems like a tractable problem right now. What color is it? That's not helping to direct my thoughts very well, Twitch chat. How high up in a pick order would I place Pandora's box in a vacuum? Should we do a boss relic tier list? We could do that. Slay the Spire boss relics. Tier list. All right. I don't know what I'm looking at. Remix this list. There are so many other people who have made tier lists for this stuff. Somebody made a tier list with Prismatic Shard above S tier. Love that. Go to template. Okay. Is there like a clear button? Reset. All right. Let's talk about Slay the Spire boss relics. So, increasingly as I have played Slay the Spire, I have found that as you get more comfortable with deck building, you can gain energy using the cards that you take. And so gaining 1 energy per turn is just far less important in terms of output from a boss relic. Once you get good at like taking the right number of copies of Seeing Red or whatever, evaluating that appropriately. You also can get energy from like other relics. So I already have a Happy Flower, and then like Art of War exists and stuff like this. You can get much better at understanding how to make an energy from Nunchaku, something like that. So that makes it less important to get an energy per turn from a boss relic. And you can also just build decks which don't have to spend as much energy to win fights. You can just build decks with better cards in them or tighter synergy spaces, such that you're not having as many, like, I don't know, like spending an energy on a Shrug It Off in your turn. You're not doing that as often. Not that that's necessarily always a bad thing to do, but as you get better at the game, you'll get better at recognizing when you don't have to build a deck that has to do that, which means the deck can win with less energy overall. So generally, when you see me rank these boss relics, the boss relics that gain an energy per turn like used to be very important, in my opinion, and now I just don't care that much about them most of the time. There are occasions when they're really nice, like a slow poison damage type of silent deck, which blocked with backflips and footwork, for example. A deck like that would love to have 5 energy per turn, and will happily take an energy relic. But like, you don't have to build that deck, and you probably shouldn't be trying to build that deck super often. So with all of that said, Astrolabe is S tier. It's really nice to get rid of your common starter cards so that you can draw good cards instead. Also, for what it's worth, a lot of the upgrades in the game give you 1 energy. Like a lot of the upgrades in the game make a card that costs 1 usually now costs 0 instead. So the fact that you're getting 3 upgraded cards from this makes it actually give you energy a decent amount of the time as well. So that one's S tier. What's next? Black Star? I think I would call Black Star B tier. I am probably less comfortable in my evaluation of Black Star than I am in my evaluation of any other relic. It's extremely situational. Black Star. Like extremely situational. You'll need another tier for Runic Pyramid. think it's okay. I think I can just put Runic Pyramid in S tier as well. Missed Blackblood. True. Blackblood's probably like C tier, maybe D tier. I don't know. I'm not going to talk about it though. We're talking about defect right now. Blackstar is most useful when you have a deck which is good right now, but doesn't conceptually have an easy path to being good later. So if you have a deck that took several copies of Backstab somehow, or got offered some really nice rare attacks, which are good at dealing damage to Act 2 elites, but like they're not super useful for killing Time Eater. You're not going to kill Time Eater with Glass Knife or whatever. I said I was talking about defect and then I started naming silent cards. Anyway, if you have a deck that is like that, if I had an Electrodynamics and a Fission or something like that in my defect run at the end of Act 1, Fission's maybe a bad example because Fission does actually bridge nicely into beating the boss gauntlet. But anyway, in that sort of situation, I would be more inclined to take a Blackstar because it is helping me to have some other avenue for winning late game. Namely, I can get perhaps 5 extra relics from it by the time I'm in the boss gauntlet, and one of those 5 relics could be something useful to actually help me beat those fights. Quatha, thanks for the 15 months. I appreciate it. So that is my opinion of Blackstar. What's next? Busted Crown. Busted Crown is D tier at best. I'm going to put it in F tier. It feels a little unjust, but I'm not sure what I'm putting in F tier if I'm not putting Busted Crown in F tier, so I'm just going to put Busted Crown in F tier. Busted Crown makes it much harder to win the game. This is a deck building game where you use cards to create a deck, and Busted Crown makes it so you don't see as many cards. And it makes it so you see significantly fewer cards. If you think about what 1 energy per turn means, like if you just don't see an offering because you're seeing 1/3 as many cards over the rest of the run because you took a Busted Crown, you're already behind. Like, the offering would make you more energy than the Busted Crown does. At least in the most important turns of the fight. If you miss out on a corruption because you took a Busted Crown, like, go in peace, sweet soldier of the Spire. That's just a bad place to be. So, Busted Crown's very bad. I would not recommend prioritizing taking Busted Crown. I would highly recommend rethinking how you are building decks if you are feeling like you have to take Busted Crown, because that's not a thing that you want. Busted Crown rank if you only lost 1 card instead of 2. I might bump it up to D tier at that point, but it would still not be good. S is off the top of the screen. Oh, I scrolled down. That's a bit of a problem, because I do have to scroll down. Can I make it wider? No. I guess I'll scroll down to get the next one, and then I'll bring it back up so that you can see all of them. How about that? Sometimes it is good when the deck already works to take a Busted Crown. Yes, there are spots in the end of Act 2 when you have a deck which has good cards and 1 energy per turn would kind of pretty much seal the run, where Busted Crown is pickable. I do think those situations you could probably win with all of the other boss relics too, most likely. So I'm not sure that really means that Busted Crown is good. But that's why I thought it might be reasonable to give it a D. But it's just like, something has to be in the F tier, presumably, or else what's the F tier for? And we'll put Busted Crown there. Calling Bell. I think I give Calling Bell C tier. I think I find it somewhat less appealing than Blackstar. It gives you a curse, obviously. It gives you 3 relics up front instead of you having to wait until you get through elite fights, which might kill you for you to get the relics. But having a curse in your deck is a significant downside. It also only gives you 3 relics max, so it has less potential upside compared to Blackstar. Bell and Blackstar are like conceptually pretty similar. If you're offered both of them, you're going to take Blackstar if your deck is good, and you're going to take Calling Bell if your deck is bad. I think I probably overall take Blackstar a bit more often, and I'm a bit more happy about taking it than Bell. This is not a character-specific tier list. It's pretty generalized, yeah. JORBS is an S tier relic. Think stuff punch strong. Does the fact that Bell's guaranteed spread of rarity on relics matter? I don't think so. I don't think rare relics on average are actually that much better than uncommon and common relics in this game. Like a little bit, but not like a huge amount. Not enough for it to really matter, I don't think. I wonder if I'll ever get a full boat from 1 Bell in my life. That would be kind of hype. I hope that happens once. I would lose my mind. Alright. Coffee Dripper. I'm not giving this higher than B. I'm wondering if I'm giving it B or not. Let's move Blackstar to C tier, this to D tier. I'm just going to move everything down a bit so I have room for the energy relics, because I think Coffee Dripper is slightly more generally useful than Blackstar. The tricky thing about Coffee Dripper is you can't rest if you take it. This is kind of obvious, I guess, but that does make it so it limits your pathing sometimes. The game has a lot of sustain relics, so there are a lot of ways to regain health other than resting, but you don't necessarily get them, especially by the end of Act 1. And so if you're offered Coffee Dripper at the end of Act 1 and you don't have something like a Blood Vial or a Meat on the Bone or a Bird Face Stern or whatever other healing relic, yeah, that makes it harder to then path through Act 2 because you can't really recover from a bad fight. It's awkward too because Coffee Dripper doesn't do a whole lot to reduce your variance at the start of Act 2. And at the start of Act 2, we looked at this, I think, yesterday in Floor Per Day. Well, the day before yesterday, because I didn't do Floor Per Day yesterday. But we looked at the incoming damage in Act 2. And you got attacked for a lot on turn 1 of Act 2. And you probably don't have much in the way of guarantee that you're not going to take like 15 damage next turn after you pick up Coffee Dripper from this Choose a Relic screen. If you have a like average Act 1 deck, you're just about half the time-ish you're getting attacked for 20. I'm saying half the time-ish because like 40% of the time you are getting attacked for 21 or 22, and then Birds exists too, which attacks you for close to that. And your deck probably doesn't reliably block for 20 on turn 1 or solve the problem in other ways. So like, it can be pretty hard to take Coffee Dripper at the end of Act 1. I'm mostly thinking about these at the end of Act 1, by the way. I'm not thinking about them at the end of Act 2 super much. Yes, but if you get through all of that, it is a clean energy per turn without a downside that is crippling in the way that Busted Crown's downside is. So that's all good. There are situations where I could imagine myself taking Busted Crown over Coffee Dripper. Probably not very often at the end of Act 1, though. Probably, like, never at the end of Act 1. Curse Key, I think, is another pretty good energy relic. I would put it in B tier. I don't know if I have a ton to say about this. You don't have to open chests. The existence of Curse Key and the desirability of taking it makes it so Tiny Chest is dubious. Like, you often don't want to pick up Tiny Chest because you want to be able to go to question marks and you want to be able to take Cursed Key. And once you have a Cursed Key, you don't want to be opening chests anymore unless you have to. At least that is my impression based on my experience of the game. But I haven't, like, proven that. It's possible I'm wrong. Maybe curses are actually not that bad and relics are better than I think. Okay. Cracked Core is I skip over it tier. This isn't a boss relic, it's a starter relic. Next up is Ectoplasm. I would give Ectoplasm D tier, I think. I think that losing gold is less bad than losing card rewards, but not much less bad. It could be F tier as well. I think that as you get better at the game, Buster Crown gets worse and Ectoplasm gets better. Because I think as you get better at the game, one of the things that starts to click into place is understanding how to use cards to win the game. And yeah, I mean, Busted Crown makes it harder. Whereas Ectoplasm, it makes it harder to get card removes. It makes it harder to get specific relics. It makes it quite a bit harder to find specific powers, because there aren't that many powers. So in shops, powers are, even though there's only one pile of powers in shops, you are more likely to find the power that you want in a shop than you are to find a specific skill that you want. Like if you're looking for a catalyst or a burst in a shop, that isn't reliably going to work even though there are 2 skill powers. At least I'm pretty sure that's true. I feel like it's true. Undervaluing Curse Key and Dark Period combo. If Ectoplasm was available in the Act 2 reward screen, I've decided this is only Act 1 reward screen mostly. If you have feed, then rest becomes a very good option. On Ironclad, Coffee Dripper feels close to free 1 energy. No, Ironclad's pretty happy to rest in a lot of runs. Ironclad has Offering, Hemokinesis is excellent. There's a whole Combust, Brutality, Rupture, Synergy package. And if you're like in any of the runs where you're relying on those things and you don't have a meat on the bone yet, you're in a situation where the rest button is like very good at campfires, because your deck has a tremendous amount of power but takes damage from hallway fights. So, you know, press the rest button so that you win the run. Yeah. Okay. Next up. Who's next? Did I talk sufficiently about whatever I was just talking about? I hope so. I don't even remember what it was. Empty Cage. Empty Cage, I would say, is between A and B tier. I'm going to give it B tier, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I think it probably belongs alongside Coffee Dripper and Cursed Key. Again, this is a relic that I think gets better the better you are at the game. And this goes back to a lot of the stuff I was saying about, like, gaining an energy per turn isn't as useful if you don't have bad cards in your deck, so you don't have to spend as much energy to win the fight. So if you're structuring your deck using good cards and cards that can gain you energy, removing 2 basics is often much, much, much more valuable than securing 1 extra energy per turn. On the other hand, It's not like Empty Cage has a tremendous upside, so I wouldn't put it in A tier. I think that B tier is a comfortable place for it, in my opinion. And if somebody said it should be C tier, I would not think that that was absurd. That's just not where I'm going to put it. All right, what's next? Frozen Core. The problem with Frozen Core... I'm going to give it D tier. There are some runs where Frozen Core just kind of wins and it's fine. The problem with Frozen Core is it takes away your orb on turn 1, which means Compile Driver stops working on turn 1, Efficient stops working on turn 1. And that's pretty bad. But channeling a Frost Orb every turn can win from certain situations. So there are certain situations where this is a very powerful relic to click on. They just come up very, very rarely. Am I ordering within tiers? I am not. All right. Eternal Feather's not a boss relic anymore, right? I'm pretty sure that one's not a boss relic anymore. Fusion Hammer. Fusion Hammer I would put somewhere between C and D tier. I'll give it C tier. The thing about Fusion Hammer, on Ironclad, often you are upgrading for plus energy on a card that you want to play when you draw it. Like upgrade on Dark Embrace, upgrade on Corruption, upgrade on Barricade, upgrade on Seeing Red. There are a tremendous amount of upgrades that Ironclad can choose, which give 1 energy when you draw the card. And if your deck is good, generally Fusion Hammer is costing you energy. It's costing you energy and it's costing you your boss relic pick. Maybe I'll give it D tier. So that's Ironclad. On Silent, I think Fusion Hammer's a little bit more respectable, but not that much. Like Footwork upgrade, Catalyst upgrade. There's the Nightmare upgrade, the Wraith Form upgrade, Adrenaline upgrade. There are so many upgrades on Silent that are tremendously important or just worth 1 energy already. Probably the appeal of Fusion Hammer on Silent is that Silent has more runs where you're actually having to rest because you don't have sustain and your deck is a little bit fragile to hallway fights. You haven't pulled it all together yet. Defect? Defect's upgrades are so good. Defect wins off like Defragment, and Defragment has one of the best upgrades in the game, or Defect wins off of Recycle, which is an energy upgrade, and you want to play Recycle lots of times, so it's often more than 1 energy per turn. And then if you're winning off Recycle, you're also going to want to upgrade like Cool Headed, Turbo, Skim, Zap. Like everything's an energy upgrade. And then on Watcher, well, first off, Watcher has Lesson Learned. So with Lesson Learned, Fusion Hammer becomes a lot more appealing. But on the other hand, a lot of your Watcher upgrades are just energy. It's just like Scroll, Rushdown, Eruption, Crescendo, Tranquility. Putting together Establishment and Meditate, that makes you energy. A lot of your Watcher upgrades are just going to give you energy anyway. So yeah, I don't know. I think Fusion Hammer, I wouldn't put it above C. If I had Apotheosis already, I would honestly prefer to take another boss relic and upgrade Apotheosis so it only cost 1 when I drew it. More than I would like to take Fusion Hammer, usually. But obviously Fusion Hammer is better if you have Apotheosis. Yes. But Moss, thanks for 31 months. I appreciate it. This is end of Act 1. What's next? What is this even called? Pure water? I don't even remember what this is called. Holy water, thank you. Holy water is one of the best energy relics in the game. Because it's a watcher relic, for starters. Also, though, it makes you 2 energy on turn 1, which is twice as much energy as any of the energy relics make. Or, if you don't need the energy on turn 1, it can make you 2 energy on turn 2 instead, or you can upgrade them all, at which point it makes you 4 energy with Apotheosis. Talking about Apotheosis, this relic is fucking nuts. This is a very, very, very good relic. If you are interested in your boss relic making you energy, you should take Holy Water. It helps also that Watcher will often win fights pretty quickly. And that doesn't necessarily mean that the fight ends very quickly, but it means that Watcher reaches a point where she is not in danger in fights anymore pretty quickly. And so the fact that the bonus from this falls off is not that bad. Luigi Head, thanks for the 8 months. Yeah, hopefully Holy Water being good is not news to anybody. Hovering Kite, I would give... I think I give Hovering Kite a C. Just because you can't reliably generate energy with it. I could give it a B. I'm probably like wanting to give it a lower rating because it has bad UI UX. Which is unfair to it. It definitely makes you an energy per turn. I think one thing is silent decks want to have acrobatics in them. Sure. I think a lot of silent decks which want to have lots of energy per turn don't want to play acrobatics on that turn. I think the silent decks which are playing acrobatics are playing like acrobatics discarding tactician, or they're playing acrobatics into sneaky strike or eviscerate, or they're playing acrobatics to find calculated gamble for their adrenaline, or some sort of line like that which cheats energy. Acrobatics is a very good card because it interacts with a silent card pool to cheat energy. And so acrobatics has 2 modes at once. It draws cards and it generates energy. With like any support whatsoever. You know, sneaky strike, eviscerate, tactician, reflex draws even more cards, and then you draw a concentrate. And if you have something that generates energy and card draw at the same time in Slay the Spire, it's incredible. It's very, very, very good. If you need your boss relic to be making you 1 energy per turn, you are probably not playing a deck in which acrobatics is super good to be playing. Which limits Kite a lot. Because if you're not playing a deck in which acrobatics is good to be playing because you like haven't found your tactician, or you have too much clutter in your deck so acrobatics isn't reliably drawing you a good card to play or something like that, probably taking a prepared to turn on Hovering Kite is not that appealing. Dagger Throw is like, I might give it a C. I think I'm going to give it a C, contextually. Based on my understanding of how silent performs for me, I'm going to give it C tier. Dagger Throw is a pickable damage common, and you may find 1 or 2 in your deck at the end of Act 1. Oh yeah, absolutely. And that's fine, but on a lot of turns where you need more energy, you are not going to want to play a damage common that deals 9. Like, if you think about the turns in the game where you need a 4th energy, like the heart's attacking you for 67, right? Or whatever. Playing Dagger Throw to deal the heart 9 damage is not that exciting on that turn. That's not... Dagger Throw's output is low enough that it's not really solving that problem for you. I'm torn between B and C for inserter. I don't know. I'm playing Defect kind of differently from how I used to. I think I'd probably give it B tier. What Inserter does is it provides a very, very, very clear avenue for you to win late game. You don't even need Consume. You can just go with like 2 defragments and a Focus Potion, boom, you win. It does not do an incredible job of getting you through Act 2, which is what happens at the end of Act 1, so that part's unfortunate. But often with Inserter, you don't have to fight Act 2 elites, because Inserter already beats the Act 2 boss. And so, Inserter will change how you play the rest of the run drastically a lot of the time, which makes it really hard to evaluate. Like, I do not feel confident in this evaluation of Inserter at all. But I think it's probably good. I don't know. I would have to think about it a lot more to be really confident and like look at my runs and something like that. Is there a style of Silent that doesn't interact with Acrobatics a whole lot? Well, Acrobatics is pretty much Silent's best common, so you don't always get offered it, but it is pretty much your best common. So you're going to often be offered it, and it's really good. So it's not advisable, I would say, to not attempt to make use of it. Thanks for the 37 months I negotiate. Thanks for the 47 months friendly Shambler. These are all specific for the Act 1 reward. That's why Astrolabe is so high then. Well, it's also just very good. It's also very good at the end of Act 2. It's probably a bit better at the end of Act 1. I don't know. Alright, what's next? Did a waffle used to be boss relic? No, of course not. Magic Flower used to be a boss relic, right? Mark of Pain? Mark of Pain is F tier. Do I need to explain that? I probably do. It's F tier for a kind of similar reason to why Busted Crown is F tier, because in order to win a run of Slay the Spire, you want to draw good cards, and wounds are not good cards, and it puts 2 of them in your draw pile at the start of the fight. It's not as bad with Evolve, but Evolve is not like a core synergy Ironclad card, I wouldn't say. Like, Evolve is not a high pick in Act 1, so if you are often having Evolve in your deck at the end of Act 1, I think something weird is probably just happening. I don't know why that's happening. And even if you do have Evolve in your deck, like, you have just taken a relic that makes it hard for you to put your good cards in play. So if you're predicating the way that you're mitigating the downside of this relic with I'm going to put a card that's good in play, well, I have bad news for you about what relic you just took. If you have a bottled Evolve, yeah, it's much better with a bottled Evolve for sure. I think Nuclear Battery is probably S tier. Hey, Ward Square. Mummified Hand is a boss relic. Change your mind. I can't. I can't tell you you're wrong. Nuclear Battery is incredible. It can sometimes make you 5 energy on turn 1. How wild is that? So Defect wants to put Echo Form in play early in fights, fairly often. And so making a ton of energy at the start of the fight lets you put Echo Form in play. That's pretty sweet. If you're not winning with Echo Form, you are likely winning with a card draw centric deck, which is going to have Compile Driver. Nuclear Battery not only makes you energy at like very little downside. Eventually the orb might go away, sure, but like when it does, it makes you 2 more energy. But also it makes Compile Driver draw an extra card, because now you have a Plasma Orb in play on turn 1. Compile Driver is one of Defect's best commons. It might just be Defect's best common, I'm not sure. it's definitely one of Defect's best commons. So this is a card that you can expect to have in your Defect decks a decent amount. What other reasons are there for this being good? I mean, it's just really, really good. It's just incredibly good. You're starting to feeling there's a legitimate case to just take and evolve in Act 1 a lot of the time. It's an okay card, but it's not good. If, like, the thing that it does where it randomly will help you in some fights is done much, much, much better by Dark Embrace. Dark Embrace just draws cards a lot better than Evolve does. So the existence of Dark Embrace and Ironclad's card pool makes taking a Naked Evolve just kind of not very sensible. Because then you get offered Dark Embrace and you're like, why do I have this Evolve? What's it doing? Can't help but notice most of these characters' best commons are drawing cards very strange. Certainly true. Evolve is okay against Slime Boss and Hexaghost, but like, just to build a deck that kills them with good cards. You can do that most of the time. Sometimes, like, I have in my life taken Evolve for Slime Boss and Hexaghost. I'm not saying the card has no value. I'm just saying I would not make a habit of putting it in my deck. Pandora's Box. It turns out that random cards are better than basic starter deck cards. And Pandora's Box turns all of your starter deck cards into a random card instead, making your deck far, 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 far better. Thanks for 32 months in Queenie Genie. Hey, Belly has Witchcraft. Is there sunlight in the background? Oh, there is. The sun's out today. Look at that. Am I sorting them within tiers? Not really. I don't understand, like, is that common in tier lists to sort within tiers? Because, like, if you're doing that, you aren't making a tier list. You're just making a list. You just made your list have big lines in it for some reason. I don't understand why people do that. That's really strange. If you're going to do that, just make a list. Just be like the top 100 things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you know? I don't know. It's not the same as a list. It is a list, and you inserted occasional subheaders that are like, really good, 1 through 10. Slightly less good, 10 through 20, which was already implied by like the 1 through 10 being higher numbers than the 10 through 20, you see? Hey, Joey! Hey, and Sierra. 96% and 94% are both A's, but one is still better. Yes. And if it matters, you would report it as a 96%, not as an A. And if it doesn't matter, you would report it as an A. And the premise of the tier list is that it doesn't matter. That's why you're making a tier list. Should tier lists have a bell curve shape? I don't know, maybe. It's for engagement bait. Yeah, mostly, probably. Sounds right. Pandora's Box. Okay, Pandora's Box. Embracing Pandora's Box has... I think it's a natural extension of building a more balanced deck in Act 1. That Pandora's Box gets better. And I think as you get better, Okay, maybe this isn't actually as you get better. Maybe this is the cards getting buffed and the potions getting buffed and the relics getting buffed. I did not think Pandora's Box was this strong like 3 or 4 years ago. And it was like meaningfully weaker because the cards it transformed into were worse, right? But another element of that is I used to have to warp my deck more to survive Act 1. I used to have to build my deck in a certain way to get through Gremlin Knob more than I do now. And the same for other parts of Act 1. And because of that, when I took Pandora's Box, the cards that were not being transformed were more lopsided, which outsizes the potential downside of Pandora's Box. If the cards which aren't getting transformed like are only damage cards and none of them can block, then you can end up in a situation where you have no block cards after taking Pandora's Box. But if what you've done over the course of Act 1 is built a deck that is well-rounded, just like better at doing everything, and then you click Pandora's Box, even if none of the cards you transform can block, you will still be able to block because you took cards that could block. In this defect run we're playing right now, I have taken a Cold Snap and a Cool Headed and a Go for the Eyes. So even if I take Pandora's Box and all my defense transform into something else, I will still be able to block because I took block cards. And I feel like I'm playing all 4 of the characters more in that spirit nowadays. And because of that, Pandora's Box is stronger than it used to be. I'm also actively thinking about that as I play Act 1. Like, I will take a dodge and roll in Act 1 on silent much more often than I used to because of how good I think it is to be able to take Pandora's Box, and the fact that taking a dodge and roll significantly minimizes the downside of taking a Pandora's Box and randoming badly. Hey, Rakai. All right. Pandas used to generate cards based on rarity, so you never got more than 1 rare. I didn't know that. Oh. Didn't Omamori used to be a boss relic? Am I wrong? I'm probably wrong. It doesn't seem possible that Omamori was a boss relic. I think that's just wrong. There were some pretty wild ones, though. Was Peace Pipe a boss relic? Maybe. Philostone. I think I give Philostone a D. There are a lot, like, okay. You got 1 more energy. So, yes, the Specimen was once a boss relic. Ari was definitely one. Ari was not even that bad. But anyway, if you have 4 energy instead of 3 energy, you get to play the like best card remaining in your hand after you play 3 energy worth of cards, basically. If you assume that cards cost 1, which isn't true, but your 4th energy is not generating as much output as your 1st energy is, because your 1st energy is being spent on the best card that you can play that turn, whereas your 4th energy is being spent on like what's left after you've played 3 energy worth of cards. So when you take Philostone at the end of Act 1, there are actually a decent number of situations where the 4th energy is not even like giving you more output than what you're being attacked for. Like Birds is the obvious example where Philostone can make you get attacked for an extra 18 next turn after you take it, which is a pretty large downside. As kind of the meme. But there are also just a lot of other fights where like Gremlin Leader attacks you 3 times in the same turn and has some minions. Slavers attack you 3 times per turn because there are 3 of them. Book of Stabbing attacks you often more than 3 times in a turn. So you're walking into Act 2 with a lot of fights where enemies are hitting you for more than 1 more damage on account of having 1 more strength. And your deck is being asked to do a decent amount with that 4th energy to make that okay for you. Yeah. Well, Brimstone's awesome, because Brimstone gives you 2 strength per turn, so you can just fucking kill them. It's also not a boss relic, so the opportunity cost is a lot lower, etc. Thorga, thanks for the 62 months! Oh my gosh, I forgot about, White Beast statue. Question card. Oh god. Okay. This is at the end of Act 1, which is where we are in the run I'm doing right now. This one used to be a boss relic. Which one is it that's the swap? It's this one, right? Ring of the Serpent or something? What's this called? I don't even know. Instead of drawing 2 cards on turn 1, you draw 1 card on turn 1, and then you draw 1 card on turn 2, and then you draw 1 card on turn 3. This relic is fucking garbage. Terrible relic. Card draw is so good that there are actually spots where it's okay. But I wouldn't recommend making a habit of taking this or trying to make it good. Redding, thanks for the 44 months. The obvious use case for it is when you have a really good turn 1, but not great scaling. And it is possible to take it in that situation, probably at the end of Act 2, not at the end of Act 1, and have it be a good idea to do so. But in general, I don't think that drawing 1 less card on turn 1 is a great idea. If you have scroll and bag, then yes, you take it, obviously. Okay. Who's next? Runic Dome. I think Runic Dome's probably C tier. The bell curve of understanding on Runic Dome is really bad because they don't know what the enemies are going to do. Into Runic Dome is great and has no downside once you learn the enemy attack patterns. Into actually, even if you know the enemy attack patterns, you still need to know what they're doing. And like not understanding what Time Meter is doing will just kill your run a decent amount of the time against Time Meter with a decent amount of decks that you can build into the Time Meter fight. Not knowing whether the heart is multi-attacking you or single-attacking you will just kill your run a lot of the time. Like, Runic Dome regularly causes you to take more damage than it is reducing by giving you 1 more energy. Unless your deck is broken, in which case it has very little downside. Like, if your deck blocks with Wraith Form, then who cares? Congratulations, you win. If your deck blocks by making 60 block per turn with Frost Orbs, who cares? Congratulations, you win. Those are the situations where I'm happy to take a Runic Dome, but in general, I would not put it above C tier. It has a very large downside. Knowing if you're being attacked for 50 or 0 does matter. Yeah. You don't think Runic Dome should be higher than Philostone? It's higher than Philostone because of how often it doesn't matter what the enemy is doing. In those runs where it doesn't matter what the enemy is doing, Philostone still has downside. Alright, here's the thing. Runic Dome's downside matters most at the end of the run. And we're in Act 1 right now, going into Act 2. I think that's basically why I'm putting it in C tier instead of D tier. Philostone's downside matters most like immediately, like next turn is when you start getting killed by Philostone. Runic Dome does have a downside that does affect you in Act 2, but its downside is most relevant going through the boss gauntlet at the end of the game. It also has a worse for stream viewers downside. True. Runic Pyramid. Do I have to explain Runic Pyramid, or are we good? It's very, 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 very good to be able to choose which turn your card gets played on. And Runic Pyramid lets you do that. It's also very good to be able to combine cards on the same turn. Things like Burst plus Catalyst or Nightmare plus Wraith Form. Runic Pyramid does that too. Runic Pyramid is card draw and it's deck manipulation. It's card draw because you don't discard your hand, so you essentially draw all of the cards you didn't discard again next turn. I skipped Runic Cube. Runic Cube's like okay. C or D? It might be a C. It's like rating the border between C tier and D tier for me. It's very strong with bloodletting. But that is an uncommon and you're not gonna have it every time. Or even see one every time. It's very good against the heart, but the heart is a long way away at the end of Act 1. It's like okay. I think there are better ways to draw good cards than taking Runic Cube at the end of Act 1. For example, you could take one of these. Those will make you draw good cards a lot better than this will. What else? That's probably about it. I also think this will probably make you draw good cards better than this. If you think about what they do and like how often you take damage at the end of Act 1 and stuff like that. Percent chance to see any given uncommon on a per run basis. Depends how many card rewards you see. Astonishing how good Pyramid is despite doing nothing on turn 1. It kind of does something on turn 1 though. Like for example in a defect run it means you just take boot sequences with no downside. Which does something on turn 1. So yeah, I mean it makes it so you don't discard your hand at the end of turn 1. Which is something on turn 1. Do I really pick Cube over Philostone, though? Well, I'm not saying that I always pick a relic over a different relic based on this tier list that I've just created over the course of an hour today. That's not what I'm saying at all with this. But yes, I have regularly in my life taken Runic Cube instead of Philosopher's Stone. What's next? We did the things from here. We did all of this stuff. Collar? I skipped Sacred Bark. Poor Sacred Bark. I'll go back for it. I think Collar is a B. It might be an A. I think it's a B. I'm not sure. It's hard to say. I'll put it over here. It just feels like it should sit next to Coffee Dripper. I think that it and Coffee Dripper are very similar in strength in my brain. They do result in you playing the run very differently, but like... Coffee Dripper kind of results in you taking more hallway fights with 4 energy, whereas Collar results in you taking fewer hallway fights with 3 energy, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I want to put it there. B tier is fine for it. Maybe it could be C tier. I don't think it would be A tier. That seems a little silly. Alright, Sacred Bark. I could believe that Sacred Bark is D tier. I don't think it belongs in F tier, so I'm going to put it in D tier. But I do not generally think that Sacred Bark is super strong. Part of that might just be that I'm not very good at the game. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty good at the game, but I definitely haven't solved it or anything. Sacred Bark has no downside. The downside is that I didn't take a different boss relic. That's the downside of any of these. I don't have a ton to say about this one, honestly. Like, okay, I could talk about it for 3 hours, but I don't know how I could talk about it for a minute. I think for me, the biggest problem with Sacred Bark is that I think a huge amount of the value of potions is the optionality that they provide. So I think that it is extremely valuable to be holding a potion in case a certain situation happens and that the potion can solve that situation. And I don't think that Sacred Bark actually improves the optionality of potions very well. I don't think that a fire potion's ability to deal 20 damage fails to solve a ton of situations that it would now start solving if it could deal 40 damage. And just getting 20 more damage from your fire potion is like, it's not that impressive. It just isn't that big a deal. Like, if you need your fire potion to deal 40 damage instead of 20 damage, like, build a better deck, is generally my opinion. So Sacred Bark, like, would be good in a world where I was regularly using potions and the value of the potion was not the fact that it had the right sort of output for the situation I was in, but it was the fact that its output was a very big number. But that just isn't the world that I inhabit when I play Slay the Spire. In Slay the Spire, it's like, I have a direct damage potion. This is really useful because I can hold onto it until I reach a situation where I need to use direct damage. Or I have a Liquid Memories. This is really useful because I can hold onto it until I reach a situation where I need one card to get through the turn that I'm playing. And that's what I use potions for, and Sacred Bark doesn't actually help me to achieve that with potions that well. I like change things to 29 months. Also, if 40 instead of 20 is the difference against slavers for you, like, build a better deck. Like, if your deck can't survive slavers with a fire potion, like, you built it wrong. I'm not saying that Sacred Bark can never be useful, but I don't think that it has tremendous... It doesn't have the same strategic direction as the concept of the potion mechanic does. So it becomes very... there's a lot of discordance between it and the bonus that it's providing. Potion Belt is a much better Sacred Bark, yeah. Agree. The thing that Potion Belt does, in like comparison, is incredibly synergistic with what potions do. And yeah, it's quite exciting to have a Potion Belt to make your potions better. I would take Potion Belt a lot more often than I took Sacred Bark if Potion Belt were a boss relic. And I believe Potion Belt's common. so there you go. Did I miss any? I think we're good. Snecko Eye. Snecko Eye, once upon a time, was an S tier relic for me. Gosh, That was a long time ago now. Snekoi used to be S tier because a lot of the cards in the game were really bad. And winning runs, like taking Snekoi and Bludgeon, was like kind of a leading strategy. Not because we were like super bad at the game, but like legitimately the cards were just really bad. So Snekoi giving you 2 more card draw per turn let you draw your really good cards more often, and also made it so your really good cards cost between 0 and 3 instead of costing 3, and then you would win. Snekoi plus Flame Barrier like was once upon a time a tremendously compelling way to attempt to block in the game Slay the Spire. Also, the heart didn't used to exist. The second Act 3 boss fight didn't used to exist. And so the game was much more about, like, how do you block for 30 in a turn? How do you kill something with 200 HP? Instead of being about how do you block for 60 in a turn, how do you kill something with 800 HP? And Sneko starts to run into difficulties bridging that gap between 200 HP and 800 HP, and bridging the gap between blocking for 30 in a turn and blocking for 60 in a turn. It reduces the number of cards you can take and takes a lot of good cards, like very good cards, out of the pool of cards that are appealing to pick. Trying to think, like on Defect, Turbo, Seek, Fission are all incredible cards, and all of a sudden they are much, much, much less appealing with Snekoi. I wouldn't say that Snekoi increases your variance a ton, because +2 cards per turn does reduce your variance. I think that saying that Sneko makes your variance very high is unfair to it. On the other hand, though, you can reduce your variance by like having a runic pyramid. That's a way better way to do it than by drawing 2 cards per turn. Or you can just take the card Acrobatics and take a Coffee Dripper, and then you can, you know, play Acrobatics, and that draws you extra cards instead. I think nowadays I would put Snekoi in the C tier. It is certainly still very capable of winning runs, but it's kind of hard to want to take Pandora's Box every time you see it at the end of Act 1, and want to take Runic Pyramid every time you see it at the end of Act 1, and also build a deck that is excited to take Snekoi at the end of Act 1. Because I don't think Pandora's Box and Runic Pyramid have the same sort of support requirements from your card choices in Act 1 as Snekoi. I think these 2 cards have kind of, or relics rather, I think these 2 relics have somewhat similar support requirements from the choices you're making in Act 1, which is one of the reasons that they can both be extremely strong, that you can have a strategy as you go through Act 1 that synergizes with taking either of them. I don't think that that synergy is, exists with Snekoi, though. Like, it's actually really bad to take, I don't know, like I'm taking cards like Seeing Red and Anger super high. What's going on in my Defect run right now? We've reached the end of Act 1. I upgraded Zap. Like, upgrading Zap is really good. Upgrading Dual Cast is pretty good. All of the other cards I took have cost 0 or 1. I have an upgraded Go for the Eyes. I have a Fission. Like, this is just garbage. This is garbage if you take Snekoi, what I've done in Act 1 in this run. But, yeah, if I get Pandora's Box or Runic Pyramid, it's incredible. Like, it just is very, very strong if I get either of those. So it was big for you to realize you shouldn't think of Sneko as synergizing with hard cost cards, rather it synergizes with cards that care about draw, i.e. flex can be good. I would not personally recommend taking unupgraded flex very highly with Snekoi. That's news to me. A tier is looking absolutely famished. It's appropriate. There's a gap between S tier and B tier. Sozu. Did I miss Sozu? I would say Sozu is maybe C tier, maybe D tier. I don't know. There are a tremendous amount of runs that you lose because you don't get to use potions in the boss gauntlet if you take Sozu. I think it's D tier. There are just so many runs that you could have won if you had potions for the boss gauntlet, and you don't because you took Sozu. So like the situations where I am happy to take Sozu are if my deck's really strong and my potions are already good. Then I just expect to get through Act 2 and 3 without using the potions and can still have them for the boss gauntlet. That's kind of it. I don't really get excited to take Sozu in any other situation, I don't think. The other reason I would take Sozu is basically desperation. If like I have a deck with a couple of good 2-cost cards and the other boss relics are very bad and my deck is otherwise pretty bad, it's like, okay, I may need a 4th energy to just survive Act 2 to get to like halfway through Act 2. And so I'm going to have to take Sozu. It doesn't have an immediate downside because it doesn't like take away your potions. It used to make it so you couldn't use the potions anymore, right? But nowadays you can still use the ones that you have, I think. Yeah. But like I don't want to be in that situation. And even if I am in that situation, there are still other relics that I would rather take. How close would Pyramid versus Pandas be here? I would take Pyramid. I didn't think about that, I just would take it. Probably. Would Snecko be S tier at floor 1? I don't play with boss relic swaps, so I'm not a very good person to ask that question of. I don't think it is, because it reduces your card pool pretty drastically. So you're just fairly likely to lose to not seeing a card that works. The Specimen used to be a boss relic. Rest in peace. It's now a rare relic, which is kind of even funnier to me. It used to be a boss relic, though. I don't know what's going on with Anthony and Casey's opinion of Specimen. They seem confused. I think Tiny House is probably D tier. It's either D or C. It's not awful. That was pretty bad. It looked fine. Doesn't have a downside, right? The gold does something, the potion does something, the card reward and the card upgrade both do something, and the max HP does something. Everything does something. It just doesn't add up to as much as most of the boss relics can give you. Starting in Calm is incredible. Wait, this isn't even a boss relic? Holy shit, Watcher's relics are OP. I genuinely thought that was a boss relic, and I thought about it a bit more and was like, wait, no, it isn't. Choker. I think Choker's in D tier just barely. I don't think it's quite an F tier. Choker massively reduces the lines that you have to win the run. Like, every character has a lot of possible solutions to the end of the game, which revolve around playing lots of cards per turn. And so taking Choker will not hurt you in Act 2 almost at all, usually, unless you're like playing shivs. But it will get you to the end of Act 3, and then you'll die far more often than you would have without it, because you didn't have the opportunity to build a deck around some of the strongest cards that you have access to. And I think that's true for all 4 characters. Like, you can't build the Corruption Dark Embrace combo deck. Well, you can. You can just only play 6 cards per turn with it. There is something to be said for, like, 6 cards per turn is enough to win if you have cards which give high output. I don't think any of the characters reliably does that. I think all 4 of them benefit heavily from being able to play more than 6 cards per turn because you just can't guarantee that you're going to get high output cards. Joker was good at blocking 30 and dealing 200 damage. Yeah, yes, definitely. The heart makes Joker a lot worse. Agree. Agree 100%. Lotus. Is this the last one? No, Wristblade as well. Lotus is like somewhere between B tier and A tier, I think. I don't know. I'm not good enough at Watcher. I haven't played Watcher enough yet. Which feels weird to say, but like... I think it's true. I've played a lot of Watcher, but I'm not confident in whether I would put Lotus in B or A tier here. I think it goes in one of the two, though. It generally makes you a lot of energy. It depends how often you're leaving Calm, right? I don't know what the right solution is to Watcher with any real confidence. You would take Lotus over B tier. In a lot of Watcher runs, I would take it over these 3. I think I would usually take Empty Cage over it in most Watcher runs, though. And Wristblade. Wristblade's like fine. I don't really know. C tier, D tier. Something like that. Wristblade's very unexciting to me. It does a very defined thing. It does exactly that thing. Whether that thing is good or not is kind of obvious to you as you're looking at the choice. Like, if you have 2 Blade Dances, sure. If you don't, probably not. It's not a confusing relic. Lotus with Teardrop Locket is crazy. It's like fine. I would still rather have Holy Water. Wristblade is the Shiv relic and Choker is the anti-Shiv relic? I don't think so. Wristblade doesn't close lines late game. Like, you don't have to win with Shivs. You can take Wristblade and then win with Burst Catalyst. Whereas you can't take Choker and win with an Infinite. So that is generally what I would value different boss relics at. Let's record the thing for YouTube Shorts real quick. For Floor Per Day, today we opened the chest. We have been offered 3 boss relics. I'm going to take Pandora's Box. Rather than try to solve the entire game to prove that that was right, I just made a tier list of what I generally think boss relics are valued at the end of Act 1. You can see it on screen. I think Pandora's Box is very good, and I think it's quite good for this deck as well. This deck doesn't need more energy. It's got efficient and lots of zero-cost cards. I'm going to click it, and let's see what we got. Oh! Auto Shields, Cool-Headed, Steam Barrier, Amplify, Rebound, a Second Storm, and an Overclock. This is going to make a lot of Lightning Orbs. Alright, cool. That's it. That was Act 1. GG. Oh, you didn't even see that. I'm sorry, I didn't put this on screen. There you go. It is pretty good. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this. We upgrade cool headeds, and we just blow everything up with lightning for the rest of the run. And honestly, like, our deck may not change very much for the rest of the run. We probably just do this better until we've won. Oh, wait. Ironclad. I just talked a lot. And now my throat is sore. My throat wasn't great before I did all of that. I might make myself some tea at some point. Not sure if I want to upgrade Bash to kind of guarantee that I can get through this, or take a common relic that is maybe better, but I can whiff, at which point I don't get this path through the act. This path through the act is so good. I think I'm just going to upgrade Bash. Make sure that I get it. But I say that having a choice to retain specific cards with equilibrium, willing plans, meditate, etc. is better or worse than Pyramid taking away that choice. I'm sure I understand the question. I am sure I don't understand the question. Let me read it again. Would I say that having a choice to retain specific cards with equilibrium, willing plans, meditate is better than or worse than Pyramid taking away that choice? I don't think I understand what it means for Pyramid to be taking away that choice. 5 Wally Plans Plus is much worse than Pyramid. Like, are you kidding? Wally Plans doesn't start in play. Headbutt or armaments? I think Headbutt's slightly better for the elites. I didn't do a great job of getting stronger on the first 3 floors. I still like probably another attack and an AoE card. I already saw a rare, which was kind of strange. Stick 2 hard hallways. Oh, the question's about not being able to discard cards. So the way you get around not being able to discard cards is you don't put terrible cards in your deck. And then it isn't a problem. Like, if a card is something you would like to discard, what is it doing in your deck? Didn't you put it there? I'm gonna take a combust. I can probably get through the elites now. My Twitch chat's deck has no bad cards. I guess there's another skip. Well. We just bash again. I put the wrong card on top? I might have. I definitely built in Act 1 with mind to the fact that I think Pyramid's really strong. I guess that's a thing that I could say. Kinda wanna take Iron Wave because I think my Gremlin Up's really bad. Over Rage. I would take Rage otherwise. Let's take another Iron Wave. I'm taking Act 1 Elites and getting Smiling Mask again. Maybe I should just stop taking Act 1 Elites. Kind of miserable to take Act 1 Elites and get Smiling Mask. Alright, it's an acceptable Gremlin Up kill. Man. I would have preferred not to use the potion, but okay. Lizard Tail. I think I'll take it in a flame. And a Vajra, okay. I did miss double combust. Hey, best snap, how are you? Hopefully I draw Iron Wave, defend headbutt. I have to rest again. I have a Lizard Tail. Should I use my Lizard Tail? I might not use it. I might just not die. Oh my god. I take Hemokinesis and truly ruin this deck. I wanted to go to the Elite Fights and get a relic that made my deck better. That's why I went to the Elite Fights. But then instead I didn't, so now what the fuck do I do? Might actually be an okay dig. My upgrades aren't good. Combust, Inflame, they're okay. I do feel like a dig is probably better than an Inflame upgrade on average. Midgard Serpent, thanks 11 months. Take a Warcry. I'd rather not. Yeah, I think Chemokinesis is just not quite working here. Maybe take Chemokinesis. Okay, one Hemokinesis, and then we're done. You can also upgrade it. I think Hemokinesis is probably better than a random relic. As an upgrade, I mean. Is it? Is it, though? Is it? Man. I just made a relic tier list. This would be better, better. I don't know. Worse. Better, 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 better. Better? I don't know. Worse, worse, worse. I think worse and better, maybe. Close. Hold on. Where's, reset? Better. Much better. Better. Worse. Like actually much worse. I think worse, irrelevant, better, bit better, worse, maybe a bit better, worse, better, worse, better. Worse. Better. Worse. Better. Better. I don't know. Better. Worse. Ooh, I'm not actually sure about ginger. It feels really close, huh? It's starting to feel less close. It's so much variance, though. I don't even know if kunai is worse right now. I think it's actually better because of Iron Wave. I have 2 Iron Waves. Let's assume this is roughly representative. And dig. That one was worse. Dig again to smooth out variance. Surely at some point I just will have removed all of the bad relics from the pool, right? I have a big shop. I feel like with Shrug I'm a lot more capable of getting through Guardian now. Has a deck ever wanted Rupture more than this deck? Probably. Here's how this is good for Shovel. Here's how Shovel can still win. Good Sentries fight. I hope. I mean, I assume it's a good Sentries fight. I don't know. I guess it's possible it's a bad Sentries fight. Looks good to me. I don't know if Nunchaku's it either. I'm gonna take out Blood for Blood. Blood for Blood feels like it is better than Anger in this deck. Was Dreamcatcher? True Grit? Don't hate it. Into Guardian. A turn 1 draw? Yeah, I mean, nice to get all of the defense out of the way early. Oh. I wanted that one. I've done this in a different order and made Blood for Blood cost 0, I guess. This doesn't really do anything. Ow. Stop it. I want to get rid of the fun. Probably not. Why did I draw all of my defense again? I think this is the most likely to keep Lizard Tail. I do have to not draw terribly this turn. Oh my god, I'm just barely short, huh? Right now I'm going to 2, 1. Right now I'm going to 1. With this I go to 2. Wait, do I have it? Maybe I do have it. I do have it! Outstanding. Good work. Way to go, Lizard Tail. Love you. I'm gonna take another offering. This is a disaster. Is this Black Blood? It's not Snecko with double offering. I don't think. I don't think it's Cage with double offering either. Also, like, the cards in my deck that aren't strikes aren't that much better than strikes. My deck is pretty bad. I think I'm down to heal an extra 6 at the end of fights. Alright. I want to shop. I guess that's my shop. Fight the super elite. Finish the act. Sure. Okay, Padad. I hope it was an enjoyable walk. This feels like it's hard to draw this badly. I mean, what do you want me to do at that game? Maybe if Havoc was upgraded. Is not Thunderclap ever? What if we just got so many relics that there weren't any bad relics left? Like, what if I went this way and just pressed dig at every campfire? And I buy the relics in that shop as well. How could you lose if you did that? I'm gonna take Thunderclap. I only have Bash, and... well, basically my deck's really bad. A relics based run instead of cards based run. A sensible thing to do when you start off with Smiling Musk and Lizard Tail. Lizard Tail's fine, by the way. I would prefer not to have to use it this early in the run. Take 7, and then Offering puts me on 1. Dual wield, not awful with blood for blood. It's kind of conceptually okay with Ritual Dagger too, but I don't think I'd take Ritual Dagger here. You just started playing Hades? Bit late to the party. Guess. It's the kunai I said was okay. Don't know if it's good. Kind of feels like I have to buy kunai, finesse, or preserved insect. But I can't buy all three of those. I guess pellets. I really want to buy a Sentinel. I think my double offering just has to do my energy for now, though. Pommel Strike's pretty decent. Isn't Sundial, like, common or something? I don't think I have to spend 54 on it. Oh, wait. I think we're good. Pallets cleans death if it's frame perfect. Nice. Like... Hello? Is anybody out there? Alright. I can kill this one, but not that one, I think. Could also just play offering without using headbutt. 30, 49. Okay. I guess that's fine. $39. This is awkward. Did I ever not kill this turn? Dubious. Iron Wave, Headbutt, Shrug, Iron Wave, Combust. It's not enough damage, right? 18, 33. It does block quite a lot, though. Iron Wave, Headbutt. Shrug, Iron Wave, Combust. 18. Not even dead next turn. Cleanse debuffs. Oh, I have to turn on Slay the Relics because I played Baldur's Gate 3, and every time I do, it turns off. Somebody make it not happen like this, please. Yeah, if you ever notice that it's not on, and just tell me. It just turns off when I play Baldur's Gate. It's not intentional that it's off. This Lizard Tail, yeah? It's okay. I bet that this time I get a good relic. Remove Baldur's Gate from my PC? Hell no. Bring me joy. Don't take my joy away. Are there bad relics left in the pool? Yes. There are so many bad relics in this game. This time one of the unupgraded attacks was a rare card, so that's a thing. I'm not taking it, but, you know. So if I upgraded right now, it would be like Blood for Blood or True Grit. I feel like Digging is probably better. Hey Cedric. Happy Flower's kind of a relic. Okay. We found a kind of relic. It feels like I should be able to go right, but I don't know. Sometimes I actually just die. Not having Lizard Tail anymore is kind of bad. I think like the rewards from this are better than the rewards from this. The card reward's pretty nice from the Elite Fight. The gold is nice. And I do get an extra question mark, which can be Arena or something. I don't think Arena kills me. Mr. Bucket, thanks for 29 months. Hey. Hey, it's Arena. Okay. As I said, I don't think this kills me. Why do they hit so hard? Do I have Philostone? Does that hit for 14? Usually? Wild. I may actually die to Arena. We'll see. 3 is a good number to end the fight on. Is that possible here? It's significantly better than 4. It should be possible. I go Strike there, Headbutt, Iron Wave, get Blood for Blood? I think so. Okay. Decent setup for the arena fight, actually. I'm not sure. I might want to take 2 for Blood for Blood. I'm not gonna. I did line up Nunchaku too. That was even deliberate, believe it or not. Can I set up Thunderclap kill next turn, maybe? I guess I don't have to kill this next turn. Feels slightly dubious. Tiny bit greedy. Did I already lose more health than I saved? I mean, I'm getting Incense Burner advanced is the thing. I don't know if those are quite what I would have picked. Armaments Plus seems like it's good in this deck, though. Ornamental Fan, Stone Calendar. Okay. Bash. Okay. We're going to let it summon, then we're going to let the summons attack me without killing them next turn, and then Incense Burner will block the big attack. Oh, it attacked me this turn. I've been outplayed. That is so disappointing. Kill this turn. Not lethal yet. I get to upgrade. So it's 18, 36, plus 37. Wait, what did I say? I get to upgrade. What the fuck? No, I don't. 26. I was assuming that I drew armaments, but I guess that's off this, which I haven't played. Please don't write potion ? In chat. It's one of the most commented chat messages ever. Please instead say, "Hello, Jorbs, how are you today?" That's so much more delightful to read. Hey, that's Wackyo. I hope you enjoy the book. Hi, chat. I'm doing okay. I'm gonna play this first. That's unreal, actually. That's actually unreal. Well, fuck. I turn on Slay the Relics? I already did, didn't I? Should be on now. Bottled Flame. Unreal. Unreal. And take a Shrug Plus. I don't think I have an attacked bottle. It's a hallway fight. I don't know if I'm making it to champ. Looking kind of grim. Have I played Armaments since adding it to my deck? I guess there was that, like, last turn of last fight, yeah. Puts me at 15 block. Should be worth it to play this. Hey May! What's the best target for Bottled Flame for Ironclad? Blue key. Flash of Steel. Pommel Strike. It would be impossible to determine how much damage Vajra had added. Why? Seems untrue. I'm taking drop kick, right? I think so. Man, bloodletting. I sure don't have any health. Intangible. Reduce all damage taken and HP lost to 1. Am I dead now? Like, that's pretty fucking bad. I have orange pellets. Okay. Should I do math? Probably. I think that one's okay. I think that one's okay. If you have 2 relics that give you 1 strength each and you attack for 10 damage an enemy with 9 HP, which relic would you attribute the damage to? You would say that they had both dealt 1 damage. Double drop kick. I do have an ornamental fan. Okay. This may be something. Oh my god. I don't need a pommel strike super much right now, I don't think. Anger's a bit past it. I don't have enough energy for a pommel strike, I think is the problem. But I have double drop kick. Sure, I've added 2 drop kicks this act. I got an armaments plus as well. There is a decent chance that I survive. Until next act here. It's actually like a fairly decent chance. I might take brutality, at which point I am dealing myself 1600 damage per fight. But it seems like the best card against champ. Yeah, I think it's the best card against champ. There's no reason to play Combust that I can see, other than to not draw it again. You just ordered 200 stickers that say lead poisoning. Nice. Congratulations. Attack, skill, power. Get rid of something. Hey, that was the right one to hit. Okay, not getting attacked. Next turn is great. I don't need to play any of these cards other than brutality, I don't think. Wait a second. Next time intangible. Oh, I didn't get attacked this turn either. God, I fucking love this game. This is such a great game. Oh my god. Okay, still didn't die. Doesn't look like True Grit's going to get me there. I think I have to line this up. So I need to split next turn. This is doable. Just need to not die next turn. What turn is it? Let's see. What's Champ doing next turn? The Champ. Verity, 25, 45. Defensive stance is already done. 25, 45. Surge. Face slap, heavy slash. So we're hoping for face slap, which would be 18, but we're not frail there. It's heavy slash. Any canals in chat? How's it going? Hope you're doing well today. I think I have to put blood for blood on top. Call it a hunch. Not sure this was the right one. Also, I missed dual wield. Oh, this is not it. We're losing a Slay the Spire run right now. Welcome in, everyone. I was doing actually decently until this turn. This turn I lost the fight by not drawing dual wield, blood for blood together. I also didn't draw vulnerable with drop kick. It was just a really bad turn. It was just a really, really bad turn. Okay, I'm gonna make more of these on the off chance that I survive until I draw them, which I don't think I do. I don't even have dual wield, so I can't hit blood for blood dual wield next turn. God. Face slap or heavy slash? Has 16 strength, face slap would hit for 30. I'm not frail. But I am vulnerable. Winston Fair, thanks for 24 months. Appreciate it. Can I ever block that much? 45 in one turn? I don't have Happy Flower. I can't kill. Why don't you gloat me? Why not gloat? Why not gloat, champ? Imagine if I just drew Dual Wield Plus and Thunderclap this turn. I would still lose. Probably. I'm just thinking if there's something that could possibly bail me out. I don't think there is. I'm just gonna deal as much damage as I can then. Fuck you, the champ. $51. This was an interesting run, actually. A very unique run. I went for 4 elites in Act 1, so I took Bash, Iron Wave, Headbutt, Combust. Took another Iron Wave and Flame Hemokinesis to get through my 4 elites. It didn't start great. I got Smiling Mess, Lizard Tail, Vajra, and Shovel, and Dreamcatcher. Anytime that you decide to kill a bunch of elites and don't get any good rewards from them in Act 1, you're going to be a bit far behind. But I made it to Act 2, and I took a Black Blood actually because I'm taking so much damage from my own deck. I had 2 offerings at that point. And I made it through Act 2 as well, and I got some decent relics, and then I drew poorly against the champ and died. This fight is very winnable for this deck. It has 2 dropkicks and a True Grit. I did not manage to win it though, so unlucky. I don't feel like I played it wrong. I feel okay with the run. GG. $433. It's your boy JORBS. I've been trying to push Act 1 harder, and I'm not super pleased with the results right now, but on the other hand, I feel like I've not been getting good rewards in the past few runs. I feel like that's not entirely on me. Let's transform 2 because there's strong upside this act. Like there are elites to kill if we get good cards, and if we don't, we go this way, which is still fine. Also, transforming 2 is pretty nice if you just take campfires early. You get to upgrade your transformed cards. Like 1 of each. Viscerate, Endless Agony. That's elite fight time. Those cards kill elites. Need a dagger throw. I mean, I think I take dagger throw over acro here. Which again, it's like, I'm prioritizing killing the elites. And then if they don't give me anything, I don't have an acro and do have a dagger throw, and then I just feel miserable. Can I just take acro here? I have a gambler's brew. What if I just took acro? Let's try just taking acro. I am sick of making my deck good against the elites, getting nothing, and then dying. I think we can have it both ways this time. I think the start's strong enough that I can take an acro there. And a prepared. Nope. Dagger Spray, Piercing Whale. I do need more damage against Hexaghost too. I'll take a Dagger Spray. It's an okay card. I have no idea if I'm meant to keep an Endless Agony here. Probably not. Too close to being dead already, right? Yeah, now it just dies to Eviscerate. gosh. Nightmare on something? I think it's way too early to take Nightmare. I don't have a good hit for it. Like Endless Agony? Nah. So like a whale, maybe? Or dodge and roll? Now that we're here, I really wish I had the dagger throw, to be totally honest. Maybe I just don't take any of these. I think I take Piercing Whale because there are fights that exist other than this elite fight. Certainly the elite fight is the important thing right now. God, it's Gremlin. Oh, I neutralized turn 1. That's so sad. That's so sad. Maybe I hold an Endless Agony. Is that 50-50 on the second Eviscerate? Oh, I don't know. Did I play Strike before Acro? Looks like I shouldn't have. Now the run's just kind of dead. Okay, we can go like up here and rest twice. I guess. I have to beat Hexaghost still somehow. Very difficult. I probably have to take Sucker Punch. I'd rather go this way and take one event. Shuriken. Okay, that's a way to beat Hexaghost at least. I'm gonna upgrade Neutralize. It's not that bad a hallway fight, I guess. Like, it's pretty likely I leave this without taking damage. I even didn't break Sundial. Okay, that's not bad at all. I got a Swift Potion and another Dagger Throw. Oh, this is my first Dagger Throw? Sure. Dagger Spray this turn? And we're good? Could use Swift Push on this turn. Should on the math better. 37 Terror. $22. Two more energy. It does kill everything. Set it in the wrong order. This has 2 more health than it should have. Would I play the game if all the enemies were cats? I don't know. Pretty sure it's plans over gamble. Yeah, I kind of forgot what good cards looked like. That was really weird to me. I just clicked the wrong card. So here's the thing. It's good actually, because the reason I clicked the wrong card was I was looking at Sundial. I saw that Sundial was on 1 and I was like, I don't want to play the fight to get that to 2. I'll just kill it. And then I clicked the wrong card. But after misclicking, like, it's actually fine. It's actually fine. You just advance Sundial there. It's correct to do that for 1 HP anyway. I was too lazy to play right, but then my laziness extended to being too lazy to click the right card, which looped back around into me playing right. I think it's prepared. This deck has some stuff going on, actually. I don't think I need to play a tech potion this fight. Just awkward, because I'm losing a strength, right? Pretty sure it's okay. Would calipers be good here? Doesn't seem like they would be great here. I don't know. What do you think? Oh. Do I even need to... No, I think I'm good. I don't think I have to take damage there. Saves me 1 HP for next act. And sundial's on too. Oh. I'm okay with enough damage. The luck had to run out eventually, right? We could take a coffee dripper. Spooky though. I don't think there's any way to take ectoplasm here. Card removes are way too important. Big fan of coffee dripper into immediately take 10 damage. Just how it goes sometimes. Do I have to take a blade dance? It really feels like I should take a blade dance. Really feels like I should take that. I'll take a blade dance. I could also have taken blur there. That is the other choice. It leans more into what this deck wants to be late game more immediately. I don't know why I discarded defend there. Seems wrong. Hopefully this is enough damage. Okay, accuracy, nope. Not quite that many shivs. I'm gonna go to the shop. I don't think I'm strong enough to be taking like 4 elites this act with no sustain. We go to the shop, we remove another card. That is fine. And then if we get to this shop and remove another card, that's not bad either. Leg sweep? Don't think so. Who's at the end? Automaton, okay. I'm just gonna piercing well, right? Okay. Ever enjoy speculating in Chemex, or do I have to be very far ahead? I just take it when it's good, and don't take it when it isn't good. That is my recommended approach to such things. Your strategy is to only take the bad stuff, that way the Spire will feel sorry for you and grant you mercy. Nice. What do I think of LCD sound system? I like them, I think. Sounds right. I'm gonna try to put Sundial back on the right number. Cody thinks of 22 months. Almost 2 years. True. Another whale? Yeah. Card's pretty good. Alright, well I have to upgrade. Afterimage is not a bad upgrade. Wally Plans is not a bad upgrade. The Acros are not bad upgrades. I prefer Plans to Acro slightly. Let's go Plans. Strength stopped my neutralize from not proccing. Malleable. Bad. I 50-50 it and then energy potion if I miss. It's okay. I missed. Yeah. Try to get at least one charge on Sundial here. Maybe I can get two. Feels like I can get two. Asa, thanks for the 14 months. Hope you're doing well. And my deck cycle's pretty quick. Three piercing whales. Okay. I think it's fine. The terror on this, immediately attack the other one. It's good, trust me. I'm not sure that was good. How is Fumes there? Oh, it's way too slow. Way too slow here. This deck is aiming to be much stronger than that. Hopefully, it will successfully reach those aspirations. A footwork. I think a footwork. We'll take a backflip at some point, probably. It's not so great right now. Oh my god, paper crane. Oh my god, I have a real relic. You can just get paper crane in this game, like who knew? 12 plus 8. Who's laughing at Sucker Punch now? Are you all laughing at Sucker Punch? That's really mean. Trying its best. This will hit for 14, so I guess I have to hit that once. Laughing makes you a prime target to be sucker punched? You fools. You're playing right into its strengths. And this just kills next turn, right? Or strength. Wild. So I felt really far behind in Act 1, and I got terrible relics, but then because I just, like, took aggro... Oh! I just win! He just wins! There's also a blur here if I want. I think I already have a well-laid plan, so I don't really need it. I mean, Bean. Friend of the tree. Thanks for 31 months. And is one of the best relics in the game. It is very good. Glad you're enjoying the sponsored stuff, Friend of the Trees. What does bandages do? You can mouse over stuff on the screen if you want to find out what it does. That is a power that we have here in the Slay the Spire community. Grand Finale. It would work, to be honest. I just already have Eviscerate, so good without it. It's the most damage I've taken since turn 1 of the act, I think. Look, blue candle is not the strongest relic on the relic bar, okay? That's fine. I don't know if a card remover and upgrade is stronger right now. They're both very good. Probably card remove. Also, it, well, not this time. Sometimes it gives me a card that helps as well. I could take a Flash of Steel. Or Lantern. Flash of Steel prepared infinite is pretty strong. It also makes 2 energy per cycle with Tactician. Alright, yeah, this is some stuff going on now. Sure. Funnel. Oh my gosh. We are so much stronger than that. We are so much stronger than that. Oh, I forgot I had Sundial. This is obscene, actually. Just obscene. Guess I won't send out on 2. Fourth piercing whale. Don't think I need 4 piercing whales. I think I'm good. I think it's Acro upgrade over Tactician upgrade. I think card draw is the thing I'm struggling for, not energy. Just arrived, but that's a relic bar. It is a relic bar. That is true. If I had to pick one relic to bring out and carry with me in the real world, which relic would it be? Sometimes I carry a kettlebell around. Maybe it would be kettlebell. Mango would be nice. That does sound very tasty. Good fight! Nightmare? Feels like Nightmare. So like Wraith Form lets me set up. How much setup do I really need? I'm a nightmare gamer here. Pandas is kind of 4 card removes. Yeah, I guess so. It just misses a lot. It missed. Eh. Not a good Pandora's box. I'm still doing fine. It's just like I could have been doing better. But that's okay. Distraction is fun to play. Is it? Is it though? Finisher is kind of fun to play. Hello. Oh my gosh, Zephyr, you're losing weight. I can feel your spine. Oh. Look at you. What a good cat. What a good cat. Yeah, lick that microphone. After image stops me from taking damage, right? It doesn't? Zephyr. Don't actually lick the microphone. Zephyr is ungovernable. He will lick the microphone if he chooses to. For 7 times 6. 42. Oh, I did that wrong, I guess. Wait, it's only times 5. Did it wrong several times. It's okay. You think we can't expect Zephyr to understand sarcasm? I think he's a very smart cat. You a smart cat, Zephyr? Does that sound accurate? Would you say your intelligence is one of your best features? Hey, a backflip. I think we want that. Another prepared? Could upgrade it. I think I'd rather just card remove. Hey, cat. Ooh. Oh, I'm sorry. Remove dash? Don't think I need another well-laid plans, really. Deck like this doesn't need well-laid plans as much as other silent decks sometimes do. Who's the first boss? Ideally, we'll get 2 more card removes out of this run. So that's fun, huh? Getting a deadly poison here. It's fun. Y'all are into some weird stuff. I was supposed to get 0-cost Nightmare with After Image in hand. Oh, that does... yeah, okay, I see. That does sound like it's my fault. Maybe I'm actually meant to Nightmare prepared there. Ooh, Acro's a good one. Don't do it. We'll take that. It's probably the best possible intent, actually. Who's ringing my door? That's strange. I'll be right back. I guess it's gotten warm enough that solicitors are back again. I need to get a sign for my door. Leave me the fuck alone. Beware, dog. It's okay. I need to stretch my legs anyway. Why would I pay for something on account of you coming to my door and interrupting my day? Like, surely I would go online to find a thing that I needed if I needed something. Right? Makes sense to me. There's a meaning of solicitor that you don't know. I mean, door-to-door sales people, basically. They never actually, like... They always just use some random person who's getting paid, like, really not as much money as they should be to do that job for them as well. So you can't really, like, be mad at the person, because it's not really the person's fault. They just need a job of some sort. I don't know. I did not put this on the right number. My bad. Usually roofers or painters in your area. Yeah, makes sense. They're already driving around, right? So makes sense to me. Sometimes it is a giant shark that eats you when you open the door. I haven't had that one yet. Is that common? Did you know? I've been thinking about just never going on Twitter anymore. Because on aggregate it does not bring me joy. But sometimes it's so good. You know? Like sometimes it's really good. When it's good, it's good. Yesterday I was reading about ranching on one of the Aleutian Isles. I think that's what they're called. The ones up by Alaska. Which is a thing that you can do, apparently. But the cows keep washing out to sea and getting eaten by killer whales. Isn't that fucking hilarious? They let the cows graze on the island. And during winter, seaweed washes up on the beach. So they go eat the seaweed. But then a wave will just come and take a cow, and a bunch of orcas just live outside the island, waiting for cows to show up. God, it's so wonderful. I wish I was a killer whale. delivered cow. I mean, 1,000 Cuts is a fun card in a deck like this. I don't know if it's a necessary card in a deck like this. It is a fun card in a deck like this. I think we're probably good just with Dagger Spray and Shuriken though. So the question becomes, do I want another backflip? I think I do. I think I have enough energy for it as well. Would I still love you if you were a killer whale? That would make me start loving you. If I didn't already. Which I don't. What was the thing I just read with the robot? Tells the customer that it loves them. Oh, it was part of Stand Out of Our Light. I'm reading a book about how tech bros are ruining the world, basically. And one of the points was about how we are trivializing all of our real things. Welcome to Costco, I love you. Yeah, exactly. That's the line. Anyway, I'm not going to tell you that I love you when you tune into my Twitch stream. Sorry. My experience of love have been slightly different from this. I do like Games Day, though. Oh, this is exciting. So, first Sunday of the month, we do games in Seattle. And I have a copy of the Slay the Spire board game. So on Sunday, which is like in 3 days or whatever, I will be playing the Slay the Spire board game with people in Seattle. How cool is that? If you're in Seattle and want to come to Stoop Brewing and hang out with us, that's where we meet. When you sign off from your streams, you usually say, okay, I love you, bye. I assume that's also what you say if somebody, like, calls you on the phone to tell you that you have a new credit card offer or something. That just kind of seems like a thing that you would say. Don't forget an umbrella. I am currently drowned in sunlight. Look at the unnatural light in this room right now. Suffocating on it. I do want to upgrade Tactician, I think. I think that's better than an Elite Fight. When you're playing the cards in your deck multiple times per turn, upgrading them tends to be kind of valuable. Hey, Formula Dita. Wait, this song's so horny. I didn't know. I'm sorry. I didn't realize this was a smut channel. Wait, pop music is horny. That's what I'm saying, apparently. Yes, also we don't use umbrellas here. That would be weird. You'll stick out like a sore thumb. Wait a second. Do sore thumbs stick out? I guess they do. Wait. Huh. Baldur's Gate 3 has been played on the channel. Don't mention Baldur's Gate 3. I'm trying to do literally anything else with my life right now. I'll relapse. It'll be bad. I probably shouldn't. It seems like not a cool joke to make to suggest that there are drugs that are as bad as Baldur's Gate 3. I finished my honor mode run. Nope, I was just playing it yesterday, actually. We almost died in the monastery, but I didn't. Thumbs that soar stick out. What if it was sore like casting a fishing rod? What if it was sore in that way? Then it actually would make sense. What if you were trying to make a joke, but then accidentally you were right? Thank you, Birch. I have enough eviscerates. I have one eviscerate, which means I have nearly infinite eviscerates. I didn't play that turn very well. It's fine. Thanks to Barioni. Yeah, that does sound slightly harder. Neutral chaotic. But I wouldn't know. I've never been a smoker. God. So frustrating how often that deals damage to you when you're blocking with your attack. Oh my god, it didn't die. Whoa, it didn't die? Oof. I made a tier list of all boss relics today in Floor Per Day. Alright. It was a slog, but eventually we defeated the shapes. Spikers should have regen. I'll allow it. May need another tactician. Finisher? Finisher? Yeah, that's fine. I actually like Sundial on 2 anyway. Alright. Horncleat's good. Reflex. Is that good? Not sure I actually need it. Looks like I do get 2 more card removes. Alright. It's a lot of cards played. I am playing some cards. You installed a cat door to the bathroom, so your cat could go to his litter box there while you shower. Then you tried to train him to use it with treats. The flap slipped out of your hands and bonked him in the head. Now he's afraid of the door. Sounds like a cat. Man, transforms have not been good this run. I got like 2 good transforms instead of 5 bad ones. That could be better. I had 2 good ones at Meow. Oh yeah, I've had 7 transforms this run. I forgot about the Meow ones, to be honest. It's a good point, though. What happened to the Pepperidge Farms people? They do a Jared from Subway or something. I feel like we don't hear about them anymore. Remember the mission accomplished banner that George W. Bush put up? I feel like that was one of the first memes. The Star Wars prequels and 9/11 and the war in Iraq were like the things that were happening when memes were becoming a thing. World repent thanks to 19 months. They remembered too much. Oh shit. They get taken out. The Gulf War was the first meme. I didn't know. There is still a war in Iraq. Yeah. I didn't mean to imply that there wasn't. You didn't die to that? That's wild. You wonder what happened to the mission accomplished banner? Someday I'll get a message from a viewer and they'll be like, hey, big fan of your channel. Heard you talking about that mission accomplished banner the other day. I actually have it in my garage. Would you like it? And I'll be like, yes. I do so much for you, viewers. Do this one thing for me. I guess I have to go around another couple of times. Oh well. Wonder how much it would go for on eBay? Oh, a lot. Oh, a lot. Men only want one thing and it's disgusting. It is kind of gross. It's offensive in a variety of ways. Do I just mute the mic, or is the mic amazing at directional sound? Can it be both? It is a very good microphone. But I also muted it. Why no sneaky strikes? I have eviscerate. It's like sneaky strike, except it deals a lot more damage. I can't rust. What was my plan if the second boss was Time Eater? Eviscerate. I would have played Eviscerate, targeting Time Eater until it died. Finisher hits pretty hard too. Like, I have Terror Pendant Shuriken. My deck deals truckloads of damage if I choose to click on the cards which deal damage. Truckloads. Just dodged lamps. Nice. Kind of. It is and it isn't nice, I guess. The part where you didn't get laid off is good. The part where there were the part where there were layoffs sounds bad. Alright, Act 4. Like, I haven't been to Act 4 that often recently. guess I have had some losses recently, though. Kind of want to upgrade Nightmare. Feels like it might be the best thing. It's just a little bit hard to play, but it feels like if I play it, I win. This would not be a terrible setup plus. I don't think setup by itself is enough, though. Today, your piggy cat is being a terrorist to your older, grumpy cat. Your piggy cat? What? What is a piggy cat? Oh my god. Oh my god. Good. Oh my god. Apparently I've never like listened to any of Phoebe Bridgers' lyrics before. I guess that's fine, whatever. Oh my god, did you see the Formula 1 news? Fucking wild. Fucking wild stuff going on in the Formula 1 off-season. Very exciting. I'm excited. I'm excited about it. I just want some competitive racing, and I feel like those two being in the same car is going to make them have competitive races. I don't know about like the rest of the field or whatever, but that's fine. Wonder how much overlap there is between Slay the Spire fans and Formula 1 fans. Well, I assume everyone here is a Formula 1 fan, right? So that's pretty substantial. What is Formula 1? I made a video explaining this. JORBS explains Formula 1 without knowing what he's talking about. One of my most popular videos ever. Not actually, but some people liked it. It is when the cars go vroom. If Formula 1 is so good, why isn't there a Formula 2? I'm glad you asked. There is a Formula 2. Mind exploded, I'm sure. What a Nightmare Tactician. I guess I could have duplicated Nightmare. That's fine. I will instead duplicate Afterimage when I draw it. It seems okay. Is Formula 1 a science show? Kind of. Some of the most fun is seeing all of the experimentation and the car designs and stuff. That's a fascinating hand that I have right now. I cannot discard any of these. Am I just going to die? Maybe this wasn't a good choice. Okay, I can usually discard them. I just can't right now. Is everyone here a Slay the Spire fan? No. Some people actually watch despite not knowing much about Slay the Spire. Believe it or not. Oh my god, it's another tactician. I think I have too many of those, actually. Oh my god. Okay. Is my chance of failing here worth continuing my turn to stack more strength? Probably not. I've got places to be tomorrow. It is possible though to just like keep going until I have 999 strength. I guess I would stop at 100 or so in this spot. And then I would just need to play one attack twice, and then I would win. Oh yeah, I only need like 100 strength then, because I have vulnerable and it's only at 350.
interesting run. I have been struggling a bit with preparing for Act 1 Elites, going to the Elites, getting nothing that makes me stronger, and then just losing. And so I took an Acro over a Dagger Throw on floor 1. With an eye toward, like, scaling later in the game. I really like Acrobatics. I think it's a good pick on floor 1. It's just recently I would have been taking Dagger Throw to prepare for the Elites. And I didn't do as well at killing Elites. As you can see, I don't have many relics. But I did make a deck that just kind of goes infinite on about turn 2 and can kill every enemy in the game. So that was nice. Has an Eviscerate, a Terror, a Finisher, and a Shuriken against Time Eater, which I didn't end up having to actually play, and 3 Piercing Wilds. Anyway, GG. Like an infinite on accident? It wasn't on accident. Almost died to too many tacticians? Nah. I don't actually almost die. I did have a lot of them though. This deck sure did get the best possible boss relic pick, really was a clear pick for tough bandages. Okay. I'll be right back.
Time for Star Deck? No. Defect and Watcher, I think. I have been very much enjoying Defect recently, because I have all of the floor per day analysis in my head, so every time I play a Defect run, I'm thinking about all the stuff I did to analyze the character as I play through Act 1. On the other hand, I've been losing a lot with Defect recently. I'm struggling to understand... Okay, a current hypothesis I have is like, maybe you actually just have to keep stack aggregate stuff open. Like, maybe stack is a much better card than I think it is. Because I keep on not finding defragment or recycle, and if I don't find defragment or recycle, or biased cog I guess, but that's cheating, it feels hard to win as the character. I'm not really sure what exactly to do about that. Would I enjoy a Watcher floor per day? We'll do one of each character this year. I think I'm gonna go Defect, Ironclad, Silent Watcher. Hey, Pudding Print Cups. I think aggregate less than my Defect Pro friends. I think aggregate a decent amount. Oh. The game crashed? Just a sec. I have some weird stuff going on with my mods. Or if I go into the run history, right after playing a run it will crash. I think it's weird stuff going on with my mods. It might also be because I'm syncing my run histories with an online folder. I don't know. Anyway, let's play Defect. Skip floor per day Watcher for a second floor per day Defect. Also, what if I just like dieted Gremlin up in one of them? Then it will be a very short floor per day. Then we'll have enough time to do more. Transform or rare colorless? I don't remember what I like here. I think I'm gonna take rare colorless in the Slime Boss Act. Is this skip? Is Mayhem net positive in a Defect run when you have Echo Form? I guess you also have 3 X cards. Certainly not a great hit, though. I think this might be a skip. I'm gonna take a Mayhem because it's probably good against Slime Boss at least, even if it's not good in other places. Mayhem uses the Echo Form up, yeah, so you can't target the thing you actually want with Echo Form. You think I would throw a floor per day run? No, not me. Not a chance. I think Streamline's okay. Oh. Maybe I was meant to play Strike, actually. I don't know. I just kind of clicked the card there. Feel silly for having a Streamline now? Oh well. Does need to stack more than one Echo Form? True. I think I meant to play Streamline.
Trying to make the mayhem work. I think maybe I should just accept that I have a terrible mayhem and move on with my life. I don't think it's silly to take an A tier card, like Streamline. Good point. I'm just gonna use this for 5 health. It's fine. Maybe I could have gotten 10 out of it somewhere, but it's kind of hard. Found a biased cognition. I did just say that biased cog was cheating, and I stand by that. Now watch me cheat. Now watch me whip. Now watch me nay nay. Ah! I feel like my lightning orbs have been doing really well in the sentries fights recently. Unlucky. Oh my god. Oh my god. Minus literally 20 health. And I got a smiling mask. It's not my first smiling mask start of the day. Okay, that one's better. That one's better. That one's okay. How am I doing a floor per day? You can... The Slay the Spire game that you have installed has 3 profiles on it. You can click in the top left in the main menu and change your profile. GG, the Gremlin Gang. Need a turbo. I need a potion. What the fuck? How much is 21 from here? 28? It does feel like Glacier and Bias Cog would be better if I drew them. Three compile drivers. It's a lot of compile drivers. We'll go for it. I should be really good at this fight with Gremlin Horn. Slime gang is just always a problem. No, it was fine. It's not like it was a terrible floor. What did I take? 4 or something? Didn't use a potion. And I gotta take a 4 health hard hallway fight. Can't complain too much about that. This might be toolbox. I think I want a card remove too much. Pretty sure toolbox is good. Oh. Oh wait. We got to play Act 2! Not guaranteed. Core Search. Does seem like it would be good here. I don't know about that shit. What about Busted Crown? Does this deck need cards? Yeah, I think so. Could be a Runic Dome. It's probably a Runic Dome. Doesn't really need relics, right? I don't know what they're doing. What could it be? I'm actually just going to use this now. It is a moment where I know for sure that it gains me 5 health. 10 health. Flopper Day happens at the start of streams, yes. Double Glacier. What are they doing? shit, now what are they doing? I guess at most it's 29. Sure. You ready for all of them to buff? Yes, we got lucky. When I took Mayhem from the whale, I did think, like, we could make Tempest strong, but nah. Nah, I'm not taking Tempest there. Turbo I will take. Just one of these is enough. Maybe the other one later. I would like a Dark Orb for compile drivers. I am not going to be buying that one. There were a lot of other things in that shop that seemed a lot better. Oh, you thought I should give away Mayhem? To be honest, I didn't consider it. I don't think I like that. It full heals you and gives you 10 max HP. I don't think it's a reinforced body run. I think hologram is already okay though. Oh no. It costs... I thought it cost 0. You with toolbox every time? Yup. Don't be mean to Mind Blast. People have been so mean to cards which are just trying their best today. Mind blasting these nuts. Yes, actually. Bag of prep, cool. I will take heat sinks here. You know, it's a long shot, but if I do get a Hand of Greed off in this fight, is kind of huge. So let's try. just want to know how much effort each card is making. That's a fair question. I don't know. I guess I just like to believe the best of cards.
God damn it.
Turbo? Turbo. Stack, cool-headed. Okay. Huh. 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 Locked! Get owned. Get so deliciously annihilated. Goodbye, Shelled Parasite. It tried its best. It even brought a friend that time. Seek is a good card. Relatively confident in that assessment. Oh my god, it doesn't kill any of them. I gotta stop taking Mind Blast. I gotta stop taking Mind Blast. I just need to stop. I just need to stop. Oh god. Oh my fucking god. Dead? You would think this would be okay on account of, like, having Gremlin Horn. We'll see, though. This? Oh! I get to play Mayhem too. This has to attack me. I have outplayed it by forcing it to attack me. I'm on 9. Means this turn it can't attack me. This turn it's not allowed to attack me. Next turn it dies. Is the plan. I mean, it just has to not be attacking me at this point. Like, if if it's attacking me, I'm dead, right? 20, 35, 50. If I'd used Thorn's Pot. I guess we do this and this, and if I hit turbo, no. Please don't attack me again. Runic Dome, why? It's a tricky run because I have I got a terrible whale bonus. I thought rare colorless was probably my best, and it like mayhem was the best option. I could have skipped. It's possible skipping was better. But then I got double biased cog and double glacier and a ball lightning and some compile drivers, and it's like this deck is actually kind of strong. But I kind of missed on boss relic at the end of Act 1, took a runic dome, and then died to the gremlin leader fight. Just rolled attacks from gremlin leader a couple of times when they were low chance, and I couldn't block because my focus was taken down too fast. So, GG. Disappointing. I should stop taking rare colorless ever. What else was I gonna do though? Transform? I don't know. It's just like a bad whale. Empty fist, just lucky. Let's do it. I'm down. Rare colorless can certainly be better than what that was. It also certainly wasn't better than what that was. I will take a second Wrath entry, especially with Empty Fist. Do I need Bowling Bash? Maybe I get to skip Bowling Bash here. If I want the Super Elite, I already have 2 potions as well. I do want the Super Elite. I'll take a Bowling Bash just in case it's max HP sentries then. Is it time to go to question marks for card removes already? I don't have a rush down. I feel like that defect run justified my opinion of Runic Dome. By the way, did not feel like Runic Dome did very well. Runic Dome is certainly not Runic Pyramid. That is very true.
That's my opinion of Runic Dome. It's quite bad. It kills you a bit too often. Let's win more. Maybe. Wait. I do that wrong? Vigilance, Eruption, Empty Fist was the line. Shut. I'll take 6 for my son. I think that's better than going this turn. I guess it would have been fine. Birdface turn seems great. You know? Yeah, seems good. I think it's good when your output is hard for you to control, which is not. Like, that's quite different from what you said. Generally, if your output's hard to control, you're only going to win if it's also good. I think I crush joints. Somehow this isn't dead. Oh my god, I didn't die to that. Woo! Please die, friend. That's upsetting. Alright, still have 25. A gremlin horn. Also have a lizard tail. Charles did die, yes. He's on Trickus. Lately, you begun to think Bowling Bass has as much of an impact on your wins as cards like Scroll, Talkland, and Vault. I don't think it's that good. It is good though. It's a copy pasta. Oh, okay. Excellent work then. I'm gonna take one cut through fate. I mean, I don't think it's that unreasonable a comment. There have been more ludicrous things said in chat today. How do I not die next turn? It's hard. Nirvana saves Lizard Tail? Oh. Also just power plus Birdface turn saves me. Oof. Think we take lesson learned? Is there a point in resting? Like, I have a Lizard Tail, right? If I rest, I go to 19. Is that different from 1? Not really. Maybe a tiny bit. Recall? Recall is the ultimate BM here. Why? Why are you like this game? I kind of feel like I can just actually lose.
think I'm staying in Wrath. If I really want to never lose this fight, I could have taken that damage. Okay. Alright, goodbye Lizard Town. Empty Fist upgrade isn't bad. My damage is pretty low. Take a Ragnarok to try to fix that. I don't have any real synergy with it though. So it's just a wish or not. I think wish then. Transform 3? Master Reality heals us. I mean, it could have been better. Better. Not that bad. That seems like something I would have said. That Bowling Bash was important to winning as Watcher. Did I say Master Reality? Bowling Bash. Nope. Totally seems like something I could say.
I don't know, like bowling bush is fine. Wish for plated armor here, I think. Cowardice needed in this spot. My feelings on non-bash bowling? I got pretty good at it once upon a time. Good enough that like I could tell if the lane was prepared in the way I liked and shit. And then I stopped ever doing it. Wish for money is always correct. I found a Rushdown Plus. Is that card good? I imagine it's okay. Half as good as Bandage Up? Well, I wasn't offered Bandage Up. Boom, boom. Oh no. How will I wish for gold? It's okay. Just Lucky Plus. So I have a Just Lucky Plus and a Cut Through Fate. Weave could be okay. Do I need it? I also just have Rushdown and like 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11 real cards. That's actually low enough cards that I can take another card and still go infinite pretty easily. I have a Gremlin Horn as well. I don't think I need it. Fear No Evil is here. Seems very good. Did I buy this instead? Or as well? Can I buy it as well? Yes. Did I buy Ceramic Fish first? I mean, I found a scroll, so it was worth it. Relics and relics. Ram Bam, thanks for the 57 months. Appreciate it.
could kill this, but then I can't leave Wrath. I can leave Wrath. Nice. Very nice. It's a really good turn one. Alright, cool. Good scroll. Wish, no! Maybe I can wish next turn off of Eruption. It's pretty unlikely. But it could happen. Oop. Hey, cat. Oh, I got headbutts. Go. Very kind. I'm infinite. Before the invention of the payroll. Cat. Cat has knocked thing off my desk while streaming. Or maybe the first time. Zephyr doesn't usually knock things off my desk while I'm streaming. It's not your dinner time. It isn't. It's not particularly close. Oh, I'm sure. I am able to tell the time using clocks. Very unlucky for Zephyr. You would benefit from that not being true. Lesson learned? No. Kind of feels like Wave of the Hand isn't doing much here, huh? Zephyr's not... He's losing some weight. I don't know if he's chonk status anymore. I can feel his spine when I pet his back. Doesn't that feel nice, Zephyr? A little spine massage. I'm pretty sure Divine Plus is incredible here. Oh, Peace Pipe? I mean... Sure.
This is bold. Okay.
That was a loud noise ever. Charles Lightning died to Gremlin Leader. Ambrosia. I guess I could use Ambrosia immediately to take no damage here. Seems like I could just take damage instead. I could use a vulnerable potion as well. It's okay. Cultist potion. For time eater, maybe? Doesn't need it. Never, ever in a million years. Never mind. Skip these. Alright, start token. Let's get rid of Wave of the Hand. That card doesn't seem like it does anything. Have we gone infinite yet? Probably now, yeah. I mean, I just got 3 more removes, so. What I don't have is a turn 1 infinite, which means, like, this is kind of a pan. In this spot, I kind of have to keep enough cards to beat Nemesis. Until I'm through when I could meet Nemesis. Wave of the Hand will definitely weaken enemies for you. Well, okay, not definitely. But it might. And it'll make a lot of weak as well. Gosh, they'll be so weak. You don't even know how weak they're about to be. Would a weak version of Terror be good? I don't know. Like, it would cost 1 and upgrade to 0 and it would apply 99 weak? I don't think so. I think cards have to deal damage. If they're that sort of card. Probably. I don't know. It would be okay sometimes. Malaise is kind of that already. Malaise is good. But Malaise is better, so. Be a relic that makes an enemy an additional 2% weaker for every week. I really appreciate that Slay the Spire doesn't have anything like that. I have played so many games where I have to like do math to like the 3rd decimal place or whatever. Mother! Thank you for the raid. Hope you're doing well. Yo, is the new campaign sweet? I haven't played it yet. Have a good sleep. Don't let me keep you. Should check it out though. But is an excellent Trackmania player. If you are a Trackmania fan, I highly recommend checking out his channel. Guess I need to get rid of Wish here. And Ascender's Bane goes away. If you're new here, I'm JORBS. I play strategy games. Mostly single player strategy games. And this game is called Slay the Spire, and it's awesome. If you've never played Slay the Spire, you should try it sometime. I need it to be attacking so I can fear no evil. The campaign is cool. I don't know about the snow car. You know, I own a wheel. I could learn wheel too. Oh, it's not attacking again. Frustrating. Oh, damn. It's okay, I have Empty Mind on my draw pile for next turn, so I should be able to kill it next turn. It's not attacking again. I have Eruption in my hand for next turn, though. This will be good. Hopefully. It's taking a while. Eruption. Empty Mind. Eruption. Fear no evil eruption. There you go. With Toke, we could be infinite soon. Like this turn. That does seem soon. Another scroll seems ideal. Ooh, a runic pyramid. Don't mind if I do. Is the infinite in the room with us right now? So I just want as many card removes as possible, probably. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. I think that's the best I can do. Also, that way I don't have to fight Nemesis, which is nice. Because Nemesis can mess me up pretty bad. I'm a bit slow to get going with all these powers. Is Pyramid basically an energy relic? What? I don't think so. Where'd my bowling bash go? A disaster. kind of a good turn. I don't need to talk to the hand, do I? I'm kind of interested in this Tranquility Plus. Lets me play my powers on turn 1 a little bit better. I don't have that many powers though, actually. I go just remove cards, and I won't need it anymore. I don't need to talk to the hand. Got double Mental Fortress. Do you think Pyramid was actually built by the aliens? I've heard some theories on YouTube. Are you all on YouTube? Anyway. YouTube. I'm your favorite conspiracy theorist? Thank you. There are so many good ones though. I feel like I don't deserve that. Here's the thing. They wouldn't call us theorists if we were wrong. That's what you call like a scientist or something. And scientists are right. Can I get to a point where I kill turn 1 every time? I don't know. Seems kind of hard. I will keep removing dead cards though. Oh, thanks, Centricus. I think. I was meant to say thank you, right? Alright, there we go. It's a bit faster than the last Darklings fight. Therapy taught you that one? It's a good therapy lesson. I have 137 block. Neat. Good deck, I guess. Another rushdown? Probably. We do need the enemy to be attacking us. So like still against Nemesis, if Nemesis gives us 5 burns turn 1, we can't kill Nemesis turn 1. And then we have 5 burns. And we're still fine because we like have wish and stuff, so we can just kill through the burns, but it is a thing. Hey, Hermit Shoe. Oh, all of my cards are upgraded. Nice. Now I can remove them. I mean, I think at this point, a card like Master Reality has no redeeming quality, right? We're gonna end up removing a lot here. I think I'll keep Crush Joints for the Time Eater fight. I don't need Lesson Learned anymore. But I'll keep it in case I get like another scroll, so I can upgrade the scroll. Let's remove this. But Burn Plus, does that work? I feel like that doesn't work. I don't think that was it. I don't really know what I'm looking for there, honestly. Like, what would I ever take? I'm not taking Apotheosis.
Purify? No. Not taking Purify. Don't know what I would take. Oh, Master of Strategy. Sure. Yeah, we take that one. You wanna play the game, Zephyr? Wanna take over the controls for a bit? Alright. Oh shit. Don't click abandon run. I was a bit too close. Run over food now. Does sound like a Zephyr thing to say. Alright. Fight. Yeah, Master of Strategy is great here. Master of Strategy just instantly wins the fight every time, I'm pretty sure. Not that I don't also instantly win the fight without Master of Strategy. Shovel! Any good relics y'all can think of? Maybe at this point I can just have 5 burns in my hand, actually. It kind of feels like I can just get away with that. Very close to Mental Fortress being the worst card in the deck. It is Nemesis. Turn 1, burns! Oh shit. I think we're okay. Feels like we're okay still. It is getting hot in here, though. How much I care about Time Eater? Probably don't. Here, I'm never adding another card, right? Let's just remove this one. Eventually I have to dig? Yeah, once I've removed all the cards, we'll start digging, I guess. JORBS. Be very careful with this particular enemy.
We're gonna kill the burb and leave the cultists. Well, I would have to click more times to kill the cultists, so yes. It's not a matter of mercy. It's a matter of efficiency. And as a positive side effect of mercy too, I don't think I get credit for that. I don't think we can give me credit for that. You cannot wish for more wishes. That's like the first thing that you learn when you learn anything about genies. Keep it together. Can't recursion genies. Isn't that wild? They worked out recursion. The beginnings of computer science. You wish for more genies? No, no recursion. No recursion with wishes. Character is balanced. It spends equal time in each of its two stances. I didn't get time meter. I guess that's good for like speedrun strats or whatever. I don't think time meter would have been a problem. I don't need any of these anymore. Cut Through Fate does feel like it wins instantly. I guess I'll remove Crush Joints. All Crush Joints does is speed it up. Abacus makes it slower. Just draw the next card. This is a don't take Abacus because it makes it take longer to do the infinite kind of run, I think. Actually, I think I went Gambler's Brew over Ancient Thought. What if you wished to know the location of another genie lamp? I think that would be fine. But there probably aren't very many. I can't imagine that there are many. Boom, boom. White Beast statue. Yes. Did I have lost to falling? I had 2 rushdowns. I guess not. Awkward. How's the watcher watching? Pretty well. I think we won again.
I suppose it's okay that we don't have a crush joints. One was carried by potions from White Beast statue, believable. Are relics just bad in this game? Are there just not any good relics? Peace Pipe was good this run. Just play the game in a way that lets Peace Pipe be good. Pyramid is certainly pretty good. Pyramid's kind of just cheating. A drop relic would have been good to make the infinite even more infinite. That's what it does. I guess. Lizard Tail seemed good. It could have been a relic that did anything else, right? You're right, though. It was pretty good. So was Bird Face turn. HP healed 84. It's this thing again. We're infinite with the Watcher. I removed so many cards from my deck that I can't really tell you what happened to this run by looking at the deck. I took a Bowling Bash early, and then I just won, I think. Oh, I actually broke Lizard Tail against Slime Boss. I went into the fight with 1 HP, and didn't draw very well, and got hit. But, you know, then I won the fight and continued to win. Yeah, it was a Watcher run. GG. Lizard Tail does the thing it did. Oh, is it transformed too? Into Empty Fist. Plus just lucky. Bit of this though. Act 1 actually died to Slime Boss, but had Lizard Tail. And then two infinites. Remember when Lizard Tail was a boss relic? I do. I do. I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I will be right back. I'm gonna do one more run, at least. I kind of don't feel like I've played a run yet today. It's a really weird feeling. The Ironclad run was full of interesting turns, but then it died to the Act 2 boss. So it, like, was half length. The Silent run, I just kind of won at the whale, just about. There were a couple of interesting moments in Act 1. The Defect run... Man, I don't fucking know. Maybe I should have taken a different boss relic. It's the 44 months route. The Watcher run wasn't really a run, right? That was just murder. That wasn't fun gaming. It was a crime of the most horrific nature. A crime against Spire manity. I don't know if that's what you say. Yeah, look, it's Ironclad. You're back. Fucking rare colorless. It's just rare colorless. Every time. I don't want rare colorless. I'm gonna upgrade Bash against Hexaghost, I think. I'm gonna get a late act shop. We start out... I don't know, do I want all the hallway fights? I guess I can choose if I want to fourth that way. Insert in Saffron. I am not doing badly. $31 health? Oh my god, you're just... Wait. Ash is upgraded. -7. Alright. 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 Focus. I think Flex is pickable here. Just barely. I think a Flex. Ironclad kind of needs a 0-cost card in the starter deck. This is a way to get one. Taking damage because Hexaghost stacked. Good thinking. Good thinking. Disarm and a Hexaghost act. Combust for the sentries and stuff. Spot weakness. I'm going to go spot weakness. And we might die to Hexaghost because I missed that. And then I'll be very sad. How often do I take a card just to mix things up? I don't really know. Is that why I took spot weakness? I don't think so. Like I'm taking a lot more damage than I should be in this fight. I will not be taking another flex. I will take a Warcry to try to make spot weakness better. I could really use a good card. Ah! Ash Strike kills, I think. Pommel Strike's good, so is Second Wind. Take Pommel Strike. Ancient Pot doesn't do that much with a block pot already. You love Ironclad. Me too. Same. Oh, for fuck's sake. I guess it's actually okay. We just start with Bash this turn. Alright. Hopefully, I kill next turn. Should be a favorite. Strike dummy. Oh. I have become so powerful. I could use a battle trance, maybe? A bit more card draw. Trying to get into cast iron as a way to get yourself into cooking. Let's see how it pans out. This has got to be a good anger, right? If this isn't good anger, I don't understand when anger is good. The pun was not intended? I'm not sure I believe you. Defend trigger at spot weakness flex next turn. That does kind of kill me, doesn't it? Alright, I'll play one more then. Let's not gender people. Whose genders we don't know. Please. Gotta upgrade Pommel Strike. The Act 1 hard pool has some challenging fights. And it also has some pretty easy ones. A lot of variance in their threat. I could go Whirlwind. I could just take another Pommel Strike. I have Strike Dummy. I get to upgrade it. I have a Flex and an Anger. Reaper. It's a good Reaper, yeah? Wow. I would rather have had Pocket Watch. I do think it's a good Reaper, though. Did we die on Watcher? No, we just won that fast. I'm serious, we just won that. I wasn't joking. I really thought I'd put a defend on top there, but then I instead drew the worst possible card and had to put spot weakness on top instead, I guess. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if that's where I want my block cards when I reshuffle. Maybe I die next turn. It's possible, yeah? Not when I draw Reaper. I guess as long as I drew like anything, I was okay. Fiendfire. Fiendfire draws a card with Unceasing Top. Does that make it good? Probably. Double tap Reaper there as well. I think we can Fusion Hammer. I got the important upgrades done already. And also it seems like a deck that might have some trouble in hallway fights, but has a Preserve and Insect for elite fights. So taking Collar. Like, if I get to go to a bunch of elite fights, I guess taking Collar is okay, but that's not really a thing that I can guarantee. I can't upgrade Reaper. It's true. You are correct. Shit. What if that had been a 0 cost? And armaments? I think it's just a decent card anyway, but also I have a Fusion Hammer. So now if I get a feed, I can upgrade it in combat and stuff like that. Seems good. Flex and Anger are 0 costs. And Warcry. Yes. That one too. No. At least it wasn't Reaper. I would like to play Reaper. Alright, good. Still relatively healthy. Sword Boomerang feels like an okay card. I actually don't know if it's any good. It's probably okay. Do I need a bit more damage? Sure felt like it that last fight. Alright, one Sword Boomerang. Oh my god, how? How can it already be this one? Seems hard to believe. I can't play Trigger It. Kinda awkward. Alright, ended up being alright. Do I ever enter flow states playing Slay the Spire? Oh, like always. Hell yeah. I'm in a flow state right now. Don't even know my own name. It's one of the main reasons I like Slay the Spire. It is very good at inducing a vibe. Oh. In fire? Wait, it doesn't even work. Because I have to put one on top. Alright, that's too bad. Uzurkai, thanks to 20 months. Appreciate it. Does anyone ever interrupt my flow state by asking incongruous questions? Yeah. If I seem very confused and not sure what's going on when you ask me a question, there is a decent chance that it is because I was just vibing. And then you asked me a question. Which is allowed. I suppose. Well, I have to rest next floor, so we got that going for us. I don't know. I think I'm taking Feel No Pain over Emulate. I could see that being wrong. The bites deal less damage than strikes. How could I ever take them? Toxic Egg seems real good with Fusion Hammer. Sometimes lucky. Still not your dinner time. Your dinner time is at 6 p.m. It's 5:34 p.m., not 6 p.m. You've never been fed before? That does sound hard. I'll take a Warcry plus. That's better than a Warcry minus. It's big little Gremlin Leader. As the big little math work, are they bigger or littler than usual? I think it's littler than usual. Wow, don't love that. I was planning to use Reaper to like heal back to full, but instead this is happening. I don't even have Gremlin Horn. Yikers. Alright, I guess this is what I have. Alright, I have Fiend Fire to bail me out. Come on, Reaper. Reaper is full health. Not Reaper is a lot less than full health. Damn. Alright, Gremlin Leader's starting to kind of be cronked over there. Didn't get attacked again. Whew. Spooky. I don't know what cronked means, by the way. No attack. Ooh, attack. God fucking hell. Alright, well I didn't die. Kind of unfortunate to be at 27 instead of full health when both were options. Pretty sure it's Burning Pact plus over Shockwave. I could bottle Pommel plus. Sure. Reaper. Why? Gosh. These are upgraded apparitions. I go to 34 health. Are there any outs versus Gremlin Leader with the colorless pot? It is a blood potion. It's not a colorless pot. Well, I need the Burning Pact. Now I can't buy toolbox and card remove. Why is blood potion white? I don't know. That one's above my pay grade. Alright, please don't just randomly die. I would really appreciate it if we didn't just randomly die. Are white blood cells white? Is that a dumb question? I don't feel like it's a dumb question. This is going well so far. Hey, lol, Ninko. Fancy seeing you here. Play this for some health, I guess. It's okay. I don't think it's worth it to be greedy there. I'm mostly going to win the fight by drawing Apparition at the right turn. Which I should be able to do if I remove all the other cards from my deck. Should be pretty easy to play Apparitions at that point. This trap thanks for gifting 3 months of sub to Lolnenko. Do I have like spot weakness in my deck or something? Oh, it's there. Okay. That explains why I don't have it. I want Apparition next turn, I guess. Let's put... Burning Pact on top? I don't know. God, it would be so sweet to have a better deck than this. Can I just go True Grit, Burning Pact, 14, 23? I think I can. It should be okay.
Am I ever getting through the artifact charges? I feel like I'm not. I wonder if it's worth trying anyway. Let's try anyway. Exhaust everything except anger. I mean, I think instead I exhausted anger. But sure, we could do your play as well. Let's get rid of Bash. Am I getting rid of Sword Boomerang? That seems dubious. I didn't really want to draw Fiend Fire. Did I get rid of Fiend Fire? I feel like I should, but on the other hand, might just be my worst card. If I play Burning Pact, I think I end up dealing more damage. I don't know if this is enough. Maybe it flexes on my opener? Alright, so Burning Pact, flex. Might end up being a 50-50. I think it would be a 67% actually. So palm, flex, palm, flex, Sword Boomerang is
17, 34, 55. I have 12 strength. That's it. It's 100. Which is 13 short. So an alternative is Burning Pact, Flex, Sword Boomerang, Flex, Pommel Strike, Flex, Sword Boomerang. This is 8 strength, 33. Wait, I can't play Flex there. What the fuck? With 8 strength, Pommel Strike hits for 21. 56. Then Flex. And then I have 12 strength, which is 45. 100 and... dead? Am I dead here? Yeah. Can I just go Pommel Strike, Sword Boomerang, Pommel Strike, Flex, Sword Boomerang? Maybe 17. It's only 21. No, it's not enough. I'm dead. Right? I'm pretty sure I win this by Fiend firing into Anger Infinite. I thought this one, but I was wrong. That's something that you can do math on to know, but I didn't. I bet with True Grit I can just block this turn as well. The second one deals less damage. What was the Faint Fire Infinite? Unceasing Top Anger. May have unhit Sword Boomerang. That would have been a 14 short regardless. Thank you for the sub, Herbear. Close Ironclad fights versus Bronze Automaton are pretty sweet. I think I probably have this one if I Fiend Fire. Away all of my cards except for Anger, but it is very difficult to Fiend Fire away all of my cards against Anger, and I don't actually know if it would have won. This is just another run with no relics, and my deck's like okay. I think we probably win the Bronze Automaton fight most of the time. I didn't get a spot weakness off in the entire fight, so that made it harder. But we didn't quite get there, so GG. You know what I would like? I would like a sanity check thing that tells me, like, how good my relics are. relative to an average set of relics. I feel like that's a thing that you could build. I could build that. Was there energy offered to me that run? I think there was a sentinel I didn't take, but it was way too early to take it. Because if I have a bit of energy, I win that. Hexago stacked. Do we go colorless rare again? Is this just always colorless rare? Is it ever something else? Losing my mind slowly over here. I think Silent takes Secret Technique. There was a Bloodletting, but I took Spot Weakness over it. I even took a Flex. Or an Anger. Yeah, I don't know. Game's hard. I can get Blade Dance with my Secret Technique. If I draw Strike on bottom, I can't kill next turn. Alright. I'll take 3 to get out of the fight. So that's actually pretty catastrophic. Yeah, I would have taken like 16 or used the potion. I guess I would have used the potion. It's another Eviscerate run. I could go to that shop instead of this one? No. Maybe? Yeah, actually. Eviscerate is an excellent card for all sorts of reasons. One reason that it's good here is I have a Liquid Memories. So now Liquid Memories is a fire potion. Which is better than what it was before. Bouncing Flask seems pretty good. Hexaghost stacked, so that helps get through Hexaghost. This one has to buff next turn, so I can set up a kill on this, then play Bouncing Flask, and kill this before it attacks again. How did you never realize the etymology of Eviscerate? What's the etymology of Eviscerate? There's another one? I'm taking Crippling Cloud. Snecko 1. Viscera exteriorized. Sure. That makes sense. I think it's Bouncing Flask upgrade. This seems best against Lagavulin and also good against Gremlin Knob. And against these ones,
That's unlucky. Guts outside of the body. That makes sense. How big a deal is it to not have 3 dazes here, I wonder? It's kind of a big deal, probably. I have so many defends that I would like to draw now that I'm only being attacked for 7 per turn. Oh, that's too bad. I did not draw them. So now I kind of need a potion or I'm dead. A potion or a real card or whatever. Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion is an excellent card, which I don't think is that great right now. I'm gonna take a Poison Stab. Poison Stab works with Ornamental Fan. I would prefer not to draw defend next turn. Potion, please. Acro or Endless Agony. It's gotta be Endless Agony with Ornamental Fan in this spot. Strike Dummy. Okay. Give it a shot. Good start. If I die here, it will be very unlucky. Sorry. Pantograph, Fairy in a Bottle. I'm into it. I don't know if I can Crippling Cloud again. Maybe I can. I actually don't know. Sure. Buy an acro? I don't know where the energy that I'm spending every turn is going to come from, because I am spending a lot more energy per turn than I have. F-Tank, thanks for the 13 months. Maybe I should have died. It's actually kind of real. I don't think I need a weak potion. I have 2 Crippling Clouds. So upgrade Wall-Laid Plans, upgrade Crippling Cloud. Upgrading double Crippling Clouds is kind of sweet. Does this take Pyramid? This might not be able to take Pyramid. I'm spending a bit too much energy per turn. On the other hand, it's Runic Pyramid. It can probably take Runic Pyramid, honestly. In your professional opinion, Latin is stinky. It is very old. PP Bridgers is very good. Agree. One more hand of greed. I should have played one of the Endos Agonies. Fumes? Fumes feels almost like overkill here. I'm gonna take it anyway. Alright, we just need to work out how to block. This song is actually Phoebe Bridgers. This is Phoebe Bridgers. All right. Are we all going to watch The Superb Owl next weekend? I'm pretty excited. I think Taylor Swift will win. Oh, Wraith Farm? Probably okay here. This feels like a Wraith Farm sort of deck. I did get Pyramid. Okay. Concentrate would be a good card. The other ones weren't even good, so like, we'll take this one. I think I would like a shop or two. I don't love the left side. Guess we could do this. I have a Piercing Whale and a Wraith Farm and a Liquid Bronze. Fuck it, we ball? Let's do it live. Well laid plan's pretty good here. This fight is absurd for floor 1 of Act 2. Act 2 doesn't mess around. No, I don't think so. Oh my god, we got thieves? They steal gold from me, so I get it back, which means I gain 5 HP. Easiest Act 2 fight on average. Aww. What does this steal? 16. Probably do more math than I have. I'm not sure I understand the question. Are you asking easy pool? What's the easiest Act 1 easy pool fight? Three hits here. So what I got 2 and 2. Would I be able to kill anything at that point? I need to make sure I get one of them, I think. Knight and Cleric probably would be my guess. I will take an afterimage, but I mean, it's fine. What are they saying? Yeah, it feels to me like it's Knight and Cleric, probably, for easiest Act 2 fight. Because not only do they not deal that much damage to you, but also you can like full heal off them and stuff. Pick another Blade Dance. It blocks for like 8 or something, and also deals a lot of damage. Seems pretty good. Not awful to put extra cards in this deck. Because eventually I'll just gotta concentrate, let's be real. Hey, Zhang. Remember when Snecko made everything 3 with Pyramid? Yes, I do. 7 3s in a row. That was a good time. If I got Concentrate, how much priority would I give to upgrading it? Not much. Why are I slamming Noxus Streams early in the fights? Am I not? I feel like I usually am. If I'm not, it's because there's a different line that saves me health. Or it's not in my hand, like I haven't drawn it, so I can't here. But you know that, so yeah. Ow. are my thoughts on that tweet? Secret. I don't know, are my thoughts. That's why I thought it was an interesting question. Bye, Gremlin Leader. Nice try. Ooh, another well-laid plans. Is flag any good here? Nah. Maybe, though. I found Concentrate. It's up against Paper Crane. That's kind of unlucky. Is Paper Crane better than Concentrate, Tactician, and maybe Panacea? I don't know. It's a lot of stuff. Could also go Concentrate, Card Remove, and Panacea. Or Concentrate, Tactician, and Card Remove. Concentrate does seem very, 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 very good. Maybe I should take Concentrate then. Yeah, I think I'll take Concentrate. No Paper Crane then. I have this. I'm probably fine, right? Goodbye, Paper Crane. Yeah, the hope is definitely to just not need Paper Crane. It's still really good though. I don't know if Panacea is better than Tactician. Discard Tactician with Acrobatics or Survivor or Concentrate. It doesn't feel like discarding it with Concentrate is very good. You're welcome, Mario. Card moves bad, though strikes deal 9 damage. I think in practice they've been dealing about 0. They've been looking very pretty in my hand. Like a Panacea. It doesn't just block the Wraith Form debuff, there are other things it does too. If you fold a Paper Crane 42 times, you can get to the moon. I didn't know that. Wow, that's unlucky. Reform literal bottom card. Okay.
Well, I took like an extra 20 or whatever there. Oh my god, Mawbank. Oh my god, it's Mawbank Bloody Idol. It's a Mawbank Bloody Idol. And I got another Wraith form. Which one's a bigger deal? Probably the extra Wraith form. But Mawbank Bloody Idol isn't bad either. Seattle games are this Sunday. I mean, I'll be there. So. Seems okay. Nope. Oh, so much health. The sustain. It's outrageous. Guess I could have killed the other one. And it technically has one more health. Oh well. Yeah, this concentrate feels a lot better than paper crane. I'm sure paper crane would have felt good too. I don't know. I just feel kind of invincible with concentrate. In fairness, part of that is because I found another Wraith form. We're definitely going to want to upgrade concentrate at some point. I don't think we're there yet, though. Wraithform is bottom card again? Literal bottom card again. Both elite fights. Thank you. I guess there were 3 elite fights. Great work there, Wraithform Plus. Good job. Nice hustle out there. Ninja Scroll seems okay right now. Gamble's okay. Sometimes I'm just going to draw it and not be able to play it, though. I think on aggregate it's still okay. I got to use the 8-cost major power that blows everything up last time I played Spirit Island. That was sweet. I love Spirit Island. A great game. This thing.
This thing, this thing.
Don't think I need to be taking damage.
That's a really cool card. Yeah. Exactly. The 8-cost thing that blows everything up. I agree with you. I also think it's really cool. There's a Steam game for Spirit Island. Ancient pot? Sure.
Full health! The sustain!
Unbelievable. Doesn't have all the expansions yet? Oh, okay. It's too bad. Imagine finding a Hand of Greed now. Holy shit. I think such things are not permitted to mere mortals such as us. Got your coworker into Slay the Spire today. Nice. It's really cool. It's incredible. The game's been out so long and people are still discovering it. I was wondering last night if I could just play Slay the Spire indefinitely for the rest of my life. Like, people still play chess, you know? I think it's possible that I could. I might take and upgrade outmaneuver here. Nah, I don't need that much energy. I'm just gonna take prepared. Take prepared, upgrade Wraithform. That seems okay. I have too much sustain. I have a pantograph too. It's got your boyfriend to Slay the Spire as well. Nice. It is a good game. It is definitely worth getting into. Is Slay the Spire the greatest game ever conceived? Oh, I mean, it's pretty good. I think it is... It is the single-player game that best captures this sort of feeling that Slay the Spire captures. So if you don't want to play games against other people, and you like this sort of game, I think that it might be the best game possible for you. Which is admittedly a long way away from it being the best game ever conceived, but I mean, that's still pretty good. And it doesn't really feel to me like it ever runs out of playability. Oh, whoops. You guys will take one. Secret technique doesn't work. I don't have any cards. Slay the Spire captures the feeling of stabbing a giant eldritch heart. Exactly. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Leave me alone. I'm now a spooky ghost. Kind of indefinitely. Pretty sure it's dead before I stop being intangible. You wonder if it's complex enough such that you spend 1 year proving a super strategy is superior and you were right, but also just lucky next year maybe it isn't. I don't know what that means. I think we know some things that are true about Slay the Spire strategy. Like that you should make your deck able to beat Gremlin up without dying in Act 1, stuff like that. Like, we have some good ideas about the sweeping breeder strategy, but that is very different from, like, knowing what to do at every decision point in a run of Slay the Spire. That is quite hard to work out still. Bullet time. It does feel like bullet time should be good in this deck. I don't know. If I get a 4th energy, it legitimately kind of isn't necessary. I've taken a Venom. More damage. I might not get a 4th energy. I think even if I don't get a 4th energy though, like, Concentrate's still enough. Sometimes bullet time messes with Panacea. Oh, good point, Zephyr. Yes, it is your food time now. Good point. I don't need defends here. Let's go pandas. I'm gonna feed my cat. I'll be right back. Did I take bullet time? Okay, good choice. I'll be right back. When is JORBS piloting? OpenAI. Place. Slay the Spire. Research. I'm kind of doing that now on my own, but it's not really what OpenAI does. But I'm trying to get to a point where I can simulate things inside the Spire and say things about them using algorithmic play. Do I want to break Mawbank? I don't know. It's been doing so well. I think I should probably cash it in. Well, that's a different way to win the fight. Welcome, Hermitchu. Sorry to hear you are sick. Sounds less than ideal. Backflip plus. Does this deck want a backflip plus? Probably. I think the card's just kind of good enough. Anonymous user, thanks for gifting a tier 1 sub to Hermitship. Very kind. I guess it's only taking 2 this turn.
It's okay, I have a blood vial. I'll probably take more next turn, but that's also fine. I also have a bloody idol. Bullet time. Alright, let's try this out. Whoops. Not awful. Was this turn good? I don't know. I don't think it really actually changed how much damage I'm expected to take in the fight. So, in some ways, yes, and in other ways, whatever, I guess. Outmaneuver plus. Probably okay. Lose fairy in a bottle. I think I'm using that. I could lose poison stab. Oh. How much do I want upgrades? They're not that good. Go rid of this shop. Can't take damage. Good fight. Why do they play a card every turn? Will I remember though? Don't know. I had 2 poison stabs. I mean, I think I can upgrade all here. I don't think I want to. I go to 2 shops? Nope. Normality seems kind of bad. Right. Is already accounted in Pandora's box. There aren't very many commons, and every card is equally likely. You get lots of uncommons, actually, usually. Zephyr, is that noise necessary? Is anything really necessary? Oh no, my cat's become a nihilist. That was a very satisfying slime boss kill. I'll take an incense burner. The catalyst. Alright. Well, I have a thing I would like to upgrade now. I want speed potion. Maybe. I don't think I'm ever dying. Calling GG noobs. Who are you calling? Who are you calling at, dude? Nemesis? Nemesis has been around for a while. Just teammates? Calling GG noobs. Could you have won without your teammates, though? Well. You gonna be around to laugh about that one, Farafefa? Good luck with that. This is the optimal number for incense burner to be on. I did the math. Take a third Wraith form plus, I think. Seems good enough to me. Phantasmal Killer is kind of not it. There are a lot of cards that aren't it. Basically everything that isn't Bouncing Flask or Catalyst doesn't matter at this point, I think. I guess they can matter. There are situations in which they matter, but for the most part they don't matter. Oh, Storm of Steel seems worse, actually. I forgot Storm of Steel was here. I kind of struggle to see Storm of Steel being a card. Storm of Steel is significantly worse than Well-Laid Plans. Would I take a Burst? Oh yeah. I'm kidding. Burst it up. You had a thirst for burst. That's healthy. Zephyr, what are you doing to my cat? You seem okay.
Ceramic fish often seems to show up on the chest where I take the key. Yeah, just coincidental, I think. Ceramic fish would have been, like, really good this run, too. Got the Bloody Idol synergy. It's too bad. Incense burner on 1 again. Like I said, it's just the best number. Oh. I don't want neutralize. I don't want decay. I don't want glass knife. Alright. It's a run on autopilot. Well, I have 3 Wraithform pluses and a runic pyramid. So I think it's going okay. By the way, Incense Burner actually on the right number this fight. just by the way, just wanted to call that out. I only have 11 turns of intangible per fight. I also have a piercing whale. So it's not quite as bad as you might think. Wait, it wasn't on the right number. I was wrong. My bad. Sure hope this kills it fast enough. I think we're just barely okay. Ooh, Incense Burner might end up on 5 though. That would be bad. Maybe I can avoid that. Nope. Too bad. Oddly smooth stone. Question marks? Question marks cause duplicate catalyst or something? I don't know. I mostly just don't want the hallway fights. Because I don't want to have to play the hallway fights. If I had attacked, I would have had it on 4. Oh no! Unlucky. Another misplay. Oh. Bosses didn't used to be known at the start of acts. I wasn't a fan of that change. Nowadays, though, you don't know what the second Act 3 boss is, and that's kind of enough. I think it's a decent way to do it. Got another card remove. Awesome. I should really just lose well-laid plans there. I should really just lose well-laid plans there. There you go. Struggled to say that. So I had been thinking I'd be using this potion for this fight. Believe it or not, I think this is one of the hardest fights left in the game. Maybe the hardest fight left in the game. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. 'Cause I don't want to have to play the hallway fights. 'Cause I don't want to have to play the hallway fights. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll see. I don't have to use it yet. We'll Maybe I'll just be able to piercing wail the strength away. You just unlocked Algebra and Bamba. Nice. Nice. I guess another way I could use Artifact Potion would be to play another Wraith form early here. Feels like I should be okay though. Yeah, this part. This part's the problem. Not so bad though. Doing well. I'm tiny metaphorically. No complaints. Maybe I wanted the backflip next turn actually. Feels like this turn would have been a lot better with it. We're still fine. Kill it this turn with Phantasmal Killer. And then I can play some Wraith forms and win the fight. I still have half my health. That was really fun. You're glad you randomly saw that it exists because of the stream. That's what I do. I'm an influencer. You think you're just here to enjoy yourself, then boom! Influenced. All of a sudden you're playing a Long War 1 campaign. I haven't been posting stuff on TikTok. I just don't like TikTok. I just can't make myself like it. Jeez, it's lucky that next turn I'm intangible because, like, I could have died there, right? If I drew Void. I did not consider that I could die there. Hey, Baron Corvo, I'm doing well. Hey, Armament. We're literally playing a Long War 1 campaign for the first time right now instead of working, feeling a bit called out. Influenced. Remember when someone called people who influence for anti-vax stuff influencers? Gosh, that was one of the best things that's happened. Just like ever. You can't subscribe to the idea of being fed content without consenting to viewing it first by clicking it. Yeah, I mean, welcome to the problem with the internet at the moment. You are being presented content by the computer algorithm which beat the best human Go players at Go. As it attempts to make you spend longer watching that content and also be angry when you watch content online right now. So that's fun. You beat that computer? Nice. There's potential. Social media is viewed as net negative in future history books. I think it's already viewed as net negative in current history books. I don't know. Like, it's not great. It's just not great. You only watch this stream since it seems to be in English. What if I started speaking one of the other languages I was fluent in? A lot of people here will have seen the chat drafts. How much effort am I going to put into leaving burner on 4 here? About 0. It is not a very significant thing in this fight. Hey, Spire and Corvin. It is lots of patience and practice. None of us started out as good as we are now. What artifact is my favorite by aesthetics? Which one looks the coolest? Is Wraithform an artifact? Sorry, the Wraithform beta art specifically, obviously. Which relic looks the coolest? I looked at my relic bar and I was like, which one makes me feel the happiest? And it was Runic Parabon, and I was like, that's not because of how it looks. Alright.
Sozu's kind of cool. The first time after starting to play Slay the Spire that I went to a Japanese garden and I saw a Sozu and I was like, oh my god, that's a Sozu. I felt a lot of appreciation. I don't think I even want to bottle Afterimage. I would rather put Wreath Form in my starting hand more often by not bottling it. This one? This one? Uh-oh. Well, I have a big turn next turn, even if I don't have Wraith Form. Hit Wraith Form. Good game. GG noobs! I have Pantograph too, huh? I guess I want this background on 4 again, so I want to spend a while in the fight. I played Caltrops. Interesting. I don't know if I can kill it that slowly. I guess we'll find out. Boom, 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 boom. 2, 3. By 1 HP, just casually. Alright, nice. I'll take another Catalyst. That seems fine. Alright, GG. Wait, should I play the fight first? I don't think that's necessary. I think I have 1 survivor. Oh, I have backflips. What's secret technique for here? Outmaneuver? I do have to not die next turn. Maybe Crippling Cloud. Crippling Cloud, hello. I was just talking about you.
biggest differential between looks and effectiveness. Moo! I mean, it could be. How many catalysts do I have? Where are they? I thought about using machine learning for my Spire simulator program. There are two problems. One, I don't know how. Two, I really enjoy doing the tinkering stuff that I'm doing right now. Feels like the perfect draw order. No. Perfect draw order was like bullet time, bouncing flask, catalyst plus, catalyst, wraith form, wraith form, wraith form. But this one was good enough. I don't know, the Zach set seems like a pretty new joke. Could I have created a draw order that lost? I highly doubt it. Use machine learning to come up with the name of plays. So when you play Wraith Form and Piercing Wail, the machine learning comes up with like Screaming Defense Form or some nonsense. Screaming Defense Form? Oh shit, I forgot. We found some broken stuff and won a run. Act 1 was pretty spooky. But then, like, I got Pantograph and Runic Pyramid, and then I just won. It's a 3 energy deck. We took Pandora's Box to get rid of 9 basics at the end of Act 2. Like a bag of prep which doesn't draw any cards because Ninja Scroll ruins it. Deck looks like this. It has 3 Wraith Form pluses. Bullet time to help me play all the cards. Concentrate and outmaneuver as well to make some energy. And a couple of catalysts that I added late. Although, without the catalysts, I just, like, kill it. You know. Just eventually dies. So it's not like I need the catalysts, they just speed me up. Anyway, that's GG. Just coming in barely over 3,000 score. Nice.